Will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Johnson.
I pledge allegiance
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd,
present.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Representative Bottoms,
Excused.
Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English,
Here.
Espinoza, Foray, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez is excused. Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson is excused. Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader,
Here.
Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Representative Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, Representative Morrow,
Excused.
McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, on the wall, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, it's on the wall, Ryden, Sirota,
Here.
Smith, Soper, Representative Soper,
Excused.
Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez,
Excused.
Velasco, Rep Velasco,
Excused.
Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Rep Woodrow is excused. Woog, Zokai, Rep Zokai,
Excused.
and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 55 present, 10 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And not to rub it in or anything, but I get to do this 6 times, unlike my colleagues before me who only got 5 times. So just had to point out I'm a little lucky that way. It's good to see you all. It's only been, what, like a day since we've seen each other? So happy to see you all. And I move the Journal of Friday, April 4th, 2025, be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
What a bright ray of sunshine. Thank you, Representative. Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are proceeding to business. I'll invite everyone to take their seats.
House will stand in a brief recess. House will come back to order. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move to lay over House Bill 1123, House Bill 1300, Senate Bill 63, Senate Bill 149, and Senate Bill 6 until tomorrow.
Third reading consideration of the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 183.
Senate Bill 183 by Senators Rodriguez and Doherty, also Representatives Garcia and McCluskey, concerning coverage for certain pregnancy-related services and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 183 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. We had a lot of debate, not enough debate, but we had some good debate on Friday regarding this coverage for pregnancy-related services. And it was mentioned, this is such a broad title, and it could be misleading because you think this would be for all pregnancy-related services to allow women to have all the options presented to them. Because when we talk about women's rights, we talk about making sure they have the best education and transparency to all of their health care options so that way they fully can be in charge of their health. We offered, to allow for them to at least have to have all of the options before an abortion presented to them. That was strongly voted down on because we want women's choice until their choice goes against what the body is trying to do under this gold dome, the masses. And so in honor of women having full choice, full autonomy over their body, and allowing for them to be fully educated, I strongly say no, because we should not be coercing them into one option, and we should be saying they have all options presented before them.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. A lot of debate was had here on Friday about the will of the voters and the passing of Amendment 79 and enshrining abortion in the Constitution. Now, I voted no on my ballot on that, but I have to accept that that was the will of the voters. But that amendment had a zero fiscal note on it. And I feel like this bill right here is misleading, because what the voters were saying is they believe in access to abortion. Again, I fundamentally disagree with it. I accept the will of the voters. But what we're talking about now is basically an entitlement program for abortion. And the upsetting thing is that we're only limited to 2 hours of debate on this. I don't think if you had put on that ballot measure that people in Colorado have a right to access abortion and that our tax money would go towards it, I don't think you would have got the same result, because I think that the people of Colorado believe that you should have access, but not necessarily that we should be paying for it. My tax money, your tax money, House District 20's tax money. House District 20 is a very conservative district, and now their money is going to fund abortions. And there's no cap on this. This is an ongoing. So there's gonna be an allotment of a certain amount of money, a few $1 million, and that's gonna be ongoing. we are literally promoting abortion in this state instead of promoting life. And that's sad. That's a sad state for our state. Please vote no on this bill.
Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think it's just going along the same lines as what was brought up on Friday with this bill and the title of this and other bills that we're seeing just being something that can easily be deceiving to a person that looks at the title and says, why is somebody arguing this? It's deceiving in the way that we are talking about pregnancy-related services when we're speaking of abortion, it's ending a pregnancy. So if we're talking about pregnancy-related services, why wouldn't it be including coverage to go to a pregnancy center that has to rely on grants and donations to stay afloat, even though they get attacked on a regular basis? Why isn't it talking about adoption-related services as far as pregnancy is concerned, or how to connect with a surrogate family, getting coverage for that so that those people that are surrogates can get paid without going through some sort of service that costs tens of thousands of dollars out of pocket? Those are the things that I think we should be talking about funding, and in this bill, it almost sounds like it's including that, although when you read the bill itself, it is absolutely not including that. It's including everything about abortion. So again, this is going in a direction where people that aren't watching the Colorado channel day in and day out, the 6 to 16 people that are watching, aren't getting the message out. They aren't knowing what we're talking about in here unless they're watching this day in and day out, the debate. The people that see these bills think that they are what they're not, and it's not what it is, for sure. These aren't pregnancy-related services. These are ending pregnancy-related services. So call it what it is. I don't like the idea of running bills where we call it one thing and it's doing something completely different. And yeah, it's atrocious, and I'm voting no. I encourage the same.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you. Sorry. Just to kind of recap for everybody why we're up here, why we're speaking about this, what exactly it is. Key message, kind of an analysis of this, if you'll allow me. If passed, this bill will require what we refer to as HCPF, the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, to cover abortion care services for Medicaid and Child Health Plan Plus program participants using state funds, and for public employee insurance plans to cover abortion care services for plan members. Just want to make sure that if there are folks that are listening outside of the chamber here, that we understand what that means is appropriating roughly $3 million from the general fund to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing specifically for abortion care services. This is something that I understand, that there were very many people in Colorado that had approved, that they had voted for Amendment 79. There were a lot of people that had specifically voted against this. It puts a number of Coloradans in a very, very difficult spot. There was an analysis written by the Denver Gazette in 2024 by their editorial board that wrote that Amendment 79 embeds the unfettered right to an abortion in the state constitution for no apparent reason, other than to require taxpayers to fund the procedure. Colorado is one of the easiest places in the country to get an abortion. It doesn't matter if you were born here, if you grew up here, if you got here 5 minutes ago. I grew up here. I grew up in Lakewood, Colorado. Been here since 1973. Born at an Army base in Oklahoma, but moved here when I was 3 years old. That gives me no more right, that gives me no more authority, it gives me no more anything to speak about Colorado than somebody who got here 5 minutes ago. It just doesn't work that way. And I've never backed people that say, well, I've been here for this many of years, so it gives me more. No, it doesn't. It doesn't give you any authority to speak about that, not whatsoever. But I will tell you that this is just not the Colorado I grew up in. It's not, I don't recognize this Colorado at all. Now, to be fair, also, there's a lot across the nation that was not the same, obviously. A lot has changed from 1970 or 1980 Colorado. But I think the piece of it that kind of sticks on my craw the most is that I never saw Colorado as the state that felt like we needed to try to get out front and make statements and lead the nation in areas to where the nation, even the rest of the nation, was not already going. I don't understand why Colorado has become seemingly a test market for the most extreme policy. That's the Colorado that I do not recognize. That's the Colorado that concerns me. Come to Colorado, ski. Come to Colorado, climb the mountains. Come to Colorado, get an abortion. It's a tourism industry. That's not the Colorado that I grew up in. It's not the Colorado that I care to recognize any longer. This is compelling individuals to financially support a procedure that many, even though Amendment 79 passed, many people still find morally or religiously corrupt. I would ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 183.
Representative Caldwell, this is your second time speaking, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You know, my colleague before me mentioned that we are talking about pregnancy-related services in this bill, but we're talking specifically about abortion. And I have to say, it's almost Orwellian to me that we're calling abortion, as it says in the bill, family planning. It's kind of the opposite of what I think of family planning when I think of abortion. And if we really supported pregnancy-related services, I think we would maybe be trying to help places like our pro-life center, like the pro-life center in Falcon, Colorado, that I attended the grand opening of back in October, where they offer free ultrasounds and prenatal care and baby's clothes. That's family planning. That's pregnancy-related services. Helping a mother, a young mother in most cases who are scared, helping them navigate through that fear of that unknown. That's what family planning is to me. But instead, this body in the last couple years have went after them and said it's deceptive practices. It's deceptive to do an ultrasound and show an expecting mother her baby that she's carrying in the womb. Members, there's been a lot of talk about this bill and about this saves the state money. Abortion saves the state money. There's always a cost to abortion, always. And I'm not talking fiscal. And that cost is a life. Vote no on this bill, please.
Further discussion, Representative Bradley.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I am not going to debate abortion because the voters have chosen and I choose to live in this state. I'm adamantly against it, but I want to talk about the fiscal impact and what I feel is deceitful. Our state budget is more than $1 billion in the red. Medicaid is the biggest driver of this deficit, with almost half of it going to Medicaid. This bill will ensure that we spend millions of precious Medicaid dollars on elective abortions, according to the fiscal note, instead of waivers for the IDD community, instead of many other things that the people are begging us to spend the money on. Currently, we have private donors that fund millions of dollars for abortion for low income in Colorado. And instead of continuing to allow those people to fund feticide, we are now going to shift the funding of abortion from these private sources to the state budget. And I ask why. The fiscal note utilizes a completely flawed and tiny study from Louisiana to estimate how many women would pursue abortion if state funding was provided. It's laughable. It's laughable that we, on the fiscal note, relied on 12 pregnant women. in Louisiana to predict Medicaid costs in Colorado. It's laughable. It gets even worse because according to Table 2 in the study, only 2 women of the Medicaid-eligible pregnant women surveyed would have pursued abortion rather than continue their pregnancies if the state paid. 2 out of the 12 would have continued with abortion of this very flawed study. The Legislative Council attempts to make the case that state funding of elective Medicaid abortions will save the state money. Laughable. This analysis is so simplistic that it insults the intelligence of all of us in here who earnestly wish to understand the implications of state funding on the Medicaid budget. And again, we asked for statistics. We put up multiple amendments. Tell the taxpayers, first, second, third trimester abortions. Tell us how much it's costing. And it was shot down because they don't want you to know. They don't want the taxpayers to know because it's not going to save the state money. Let's be very clear. The cost savings are premised on comparing the cost of providing abortions to the cost of birthing, averted births. The Legislative Council relies on averted births, killing your baby, to conclude that the state will save money. This represents fiscal malpractice since it doesn't factor in several critical factors. Many of early elective abortions would have resulted in natural miscarriages. I had one at 8 weeks. You're going to abort these babies, and they're spontaneously going to probably have abortions, so we're going to pay for that. Averted births should be properly characterized as delayed births, since most of these women will later have pregnancies. So they're going to abort their kids, but then later on they're going to have kids. So how is that saving the state any money? We know that complications are directly related to the age at the time of the pregnancy, and consequently, these delayed births may actually substantially increase Medicaid costs through more pregnancies complicated by gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, and premature births. Surgical abortions result in cervical damage and premature birth and subsequent pregnancies, markedly increasing Medicaid costs through the high expenditure of the NICU care. We know that these women that have abortions, I have several friends, go through horrific mental pain when they know what has happened to them, because we have pretty much told people not to have an ultrasound or get any kind of mental health care before terminating their pregnancy. Colorado abortionists perform a disproportionate amount of late surgical abortions, which has a greater impact on the risk of premature birth and subsequent pregnancies and the related increase in Medicaid costs. We know that 10% are second and third trimester abortions. We know they come with significant risks. We know that they cost upwards of $30,000, and this fiscal note, again, says $800 to $1,300. It's a joke. Legislative Council predicts 835 averted births, which is actually implausible. A study which assessed the effects of abortion bans demonstrated 1 additional birth for every 1,000 women of childbearing age. There are 1.2 million Colorado Medicaid patients. Even if a third of these patients were women of childbearing age, which is a gross overestimate, you might see 400 excess births if there was a ban on abortion in Colorado. It simply is not credible in a state with generous private funding for abortion that we would see anything near the 400 additional Medicaid births without this bill and public funding. Additionally, abortions in Colorado are performed at facilities with no state oversight, which increases the risk of preventable complications and associated Medicaid costs. We know that ambulances leave these clinics. We know that people are struggling with respiratory distress, and we know there's been a death. And we know this, and we know that the hiding of statistical analysis is because they don't want the taxpayers to know what's going on in these multi-billion-dollar industries. Why would we not regulate this? It's the only healthcare facility not regulated where women can die. Where women can die, low-income women can die. And instead of women's choice and saving women, which I powerfully heard, we're going to save women by letting them have abortions. You're not, because you're not regulating the very place that are killing the babies that could cost these women. Billion-dollar budget deficit, no fiscal note on this Amendment 79 that the taxpayers, 62% voted for? No, they didn't. They voted for the deceit that is coming with this fiscal note and with this amendment. They didn't vote for millions of dollars to be used on elective procedures for feticide. They did not do that. And this will cost the taxpayers millions of dollars. I don't care what the fiscal note says. I don't care what wool you're trying to pull over our eyes. This bill is about telling women in our state they can save money if you terminate your pregnancy and that the state will pay for it. Making people like me with private insurance have increased premiums and taxes to pay for the genocide of babies, which I am adamantly against. Thousands of women who have buried a baby are now paying for other women to discard theirs. The thousands of women desperately trying to have a baby through fertility treatments surrogacy, and adoption will be faced into higher premiums to cover feticide. Don't believe that they're telling you that it won't happen. It will. We'll be here next year talking about the millions of dollars that it is costing our state to fund these elective procedures. And if we don't have any statistical evidence about abortion, how do we know there's not federal funding being used, which is adamantly against the Hyde Amendment? I can only hope we doge this at some point in the state. And I want to give a shout out to my sister who was 18 when she found out she was pregnant and scared and wondering what would happen to her. And my nephew is now 26 years old and is the most amazing human being alive. I'm thankful for a state like Tennessee who helps moms of low income. She was low income. She's a teacher. She's struggling to go through school. Help them fund, because that's what family planning is. Family planning is telling low-income parents to be, we know you're scared, but we're going to help you. $2 million to help out with diapers and formula and actual family planning. This, from the title of this bill to the fiscal note, is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous to make taxpayers fund the feticide of our babies. And I want to just say one other thing. When we talk about the fact that 50% of these babies are minority babies, I did fight. I'm fighting for them now. I fought for them in cases of rape and trafficking. I fought for them to not be taken away from their families through a language access bill last year. I fought. I stood up here and I fought. I fought against seclusion, which directly impacts African American children. I fought. I fight. And I'm going to continue to fight for all babies. I don't care what color you are. I will continue to fight. And my voting record will prove that. I'll be very clear. This bill is not about choice. It is not about women's choice. We are not a state about choice. We are a state about death. We wouldn't be if we helped the alternative pregnancy centers and gave you a different choice other than funding the death of your children, the death of your family. This is not a free state for all. There are two people involved, and only one gets a choice, and the other gets disposed. I urge a no vote.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's no surprise I'm up here and not supporting this bill as well. And I do realize this, the people voted for this. I do realize it. I keep telling people when they ask me, what's your stance on abortion? Of course, my stance is I'm pro-life. But I am now in a position where I have to listen to my constituents. And I do realize that the constituency has spoken this last election. But to echo what my colleague from El Paso said is that if you were truly truthful with that amendment, Amendment 79 on the ballot, yeah, I doubt that you would have got as many votes as you did. If you're telling them that, you know what, we're going to run a bill this next year to have these abortions be paid by the taxpayers. A lot of people in my district, a lot of people up in northern Colorado would not have voted for that. And I keep saying this throughout this whole session is that what I realize with these bills that are coming through is that they're small steps. They're small steps going forward and inching forward towards the end result that you really wanted. And Amendment 79 was another small step forward to have the taxpayers pay for this. To speak about this information, to speak about not letting people know the whole truth, this is basically what it is. This is another way of circumventing the taxpayer. Have them vote on something thinking it's not going to cost the state anything. Follow it up with making the taxpayer pay for it. This is just one of three ways that people can get money out of this, is doing it this way, legislating it into law, putting it on the ballot, which, of course, every tax increase has to be placed on the ballot for the voters, and you know you're not going to get the votes for that, or creating a fee. That's the That's the motto of this body. This bill, to be honest, is just another small step forward, and I'm very concerned about what will come next. What's going to come next after this? What is the taxpayer going to have to pay for now by having Amendment 79 get voted into law? I urge a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I don't think it's a secret that I'm not in favor of this bill. It's not because of choice or anything like that, like my colleagues have mentioned. That's already been taken care of in on the ballot measure, and that was voted for. But the title of this bill is absolutely shameful and misleading. It has nothing to do with pregnancy care other than to end it on the on the Coloradans' dollar, on the taxpayers' dollar. There's nothing in this bill that says it's just for Coloradans. Colorado has become, shamefully, the abortion capital of the United States. So not only will we be paying for Coloradans to have an abortion, but we'll really be paying for all of America. Anybody who comes to Colorado will be able to get an abortion. There's nothing in the bill that says that it's just for Coloradans. And when they go in for an abortion, there's no residential check. You go in, you tell them what you want, and you get her done. So not only will we be paying for Colorado, we'll be paying for all of America. Any person that comes to the door. Let that sink in. Let this sink in as well. Think really hard on this. You're having women who are unable to have a child, who desperately want one, couples who desperately want a child. Through this bill, you're now having those women who cannot have children pay for other women to abort theirs. It's absolutely disgusting in my opinion. Women who cannot have children are now going to be paying for others to end the lives up to the day of birth of their children. We have plenty of families that would love to adopt a child. Instead of spending the gazillion, you know what, the fiscal note on this is absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. It's going to cost millions and millions of dollars. How about we take that millions and millions of dollars and not only, like my colleague had mentioned, help them go through their pregnancy so it's not scary for them, or how about we just make adoption free? How about we make adoption of these babies that other people don't want and make it available free for other couples, loving families to adopt these babies? But instead, you'd rather have them, us, the taxpayers, and the women who can't have the children, couples who can't have children, pay for the abortion, or as otherwise known as averted births of actual babies, healthy babies. If we really care about women and pregnancy in Colorado, we would make the adoption free, make it easier for families to do. Whether it's a straight family or a gay family or whoever, there's loving families out there that would love to have a baby, that would love to adopt these babies. Let's let them. But guess when you can't let them? Is when the baby no longer exists. It's another bill with a title to trick Colorado people. Like so many other bills, we cram through this House. The title of the bill is Concerning Coverage for Certain, abortion only, pregnancy-related services. Also in the bill, it says the State Department, any intermediary, or any managed care organization will reimburse the provider for those services, family planning services and family-related services really meaning abortion. Services are not subject to double deductibles, co-payments, and co-insurance. So we're paying for America's abortions, not just Colorado, all of America. Let that sink in. Let the dollar signs of that sink into your head. For it to show that there's really technically no fiscal note is a lie. There is a huge cost to this, not just in life, but in our pocketbooks. But if you're okay with paying for all of America to have an abortion, then this is the bill for you. But it's not for me, and it's not for my constituents. My constituents work very hard for the money they have in their pockets. They're not ready or prepared or even want to pay for all of America to have abortions. And at the end of this bill, there is no the petition clause. There is no petition clause. It's a safety clause. If you really wanted the people of Colorado to have a say, to have a voice, to say, hey, you know what, we don't agree with this part. We don't agree with this bill. We agreed with passing the, 62% agreed with passing that it was enshrined in the Colorado Constitution that abortions were legal in Colorado. Let it be done. But I think they also need to have a say in whether they're ready and prepared to pay for all of America to have an abortion on the Colorado's dime, actually dollar at this point. There's absolutely no oversight in this bill. No oversight saying, well, how much are we spending? How many abortions have been done? There's nothing. It's absolutely not transparent. Transparency is what we should strive for in Colorado. The people deserve it, and that's what we should give them. You only hide things when you're ashamed of them. And this bill hides a lot. We owe it to Colorado to be upfront with everything that we do. They should know everything that we're doing, putting them through and costing them. I urge a no vote because there's no safety in this bill for the pocketbooks of Colorado, especially no safety for the babies of Colorado, but there's absolutely no safety for the pocketbooks of Coloradans, and that's a shameful thing. I'm asking everyone to please think about this really hard. This bill it's going to destroy Colorado. Watch. I urge for a no vote. Thank you.
Members, before we proceed, just a quick note. I understand this is an issue which deeply divides folks in our communities and certainly our caucuses. We need to refrain from referring to legislation, actions of sponsors, or the work of our staff as a lie. That is one, I think, baseline we can establish while we disagree over this bill. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Fellow colleagues, I rise today in opposition of Senate Bill 183. This bill, while dressed in the language of healthcare, fundamentally crosses a line that many Coloradoans still believe should not be crossed. The direct use of state taxpayer dollars to fund abortions. This bill is not just about aligning statute with Amendment 79, which repealed prior prohibitions on the use of public funds for abortion. It goes further. It mandates that abortion care be fully covered in both Medicaid and in children's basic health plan. It requires state agencies to build abortion coverage into their health services, and it even allows for over-expenditure of state funds when abortion services exceed the department's allocated budget. This is a dramatic shift, and it's one that we should not take lightly. While Amendment 79 passed, it did not erase the deeply held beliefs of countless Coloradoans, beliefs rooted in faith, ethics, and a sincere respect for life. These citizens now find themselves in the impossible position of being forced to fund abortion procedures with their tax dollars, procedures they morally oppose. This is not about outlawing abortion. This is about conscious protections and the proper role of government. We've heard that the bill includes a clause allowing religious employers to opt out. But what about the taxpayers? What about the public servants who are now being told their work is funding elective abortions? Let's talk about the fiscal impact. This bill reduces federal matching funds for Medicaid and the Children's Basic Health Plan, increasing the burden on Colorado's general fund. We are, in effect, trading federal dollars for state-funded abortion procedures, and doing so at a time when Colorado's budget is already stretched. It doesn't stop there. The bill sets a dangerous precedent by allowing the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to exceed its appropriations to cover abortion services, essentially giving a blank check backed by taxpayer money. My friends, this is not fiscal responsibility. This is not moral neutrality. This is government taking sides and asking everyone, regardless of their deeply held values, to foot the bill. Let me raise a broader concern. Why are we not focusing on efforts on expanding prenatal care, adoption services, parenting support, or truly comprehensive women's health? If we're going to spend millions of taxpayer dollars, let's invest in the kind of care that supports life, uplifts families, and offers real choices, not just one size fits all. Senate Bill 183 represents a dangerous departure from long-standing precedent, both ethically and fiscally. It compels public funding of elective procedures that many Coloradoans object to in the deepest corners of their conscience. It invites overspending. It prioritizes ideology over true health care. I urge a no vote today out of respect for life, liberty, fiscal integrity, and the principles of the people we serve in this state.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So HD 65 was split 50-50 on Amendment 79. We're one of 65 counties or 65 districts in the state. Voters spoke and Amendment 79 passed. I do believe that there were probably a lot of people that didn't realize that they weren't just voting for a woman's right to choose, they were not realizing that they were going to be funding it with taxpayer dollars. When we heard this in committee, I have to be honest, I was horrified to hear that averted births would save taxpayers money. That less money would be needed for Medicaid, for CHIP, for free lunches for all kids, that kind of thing. Like, it shocked me to hear that this would save the state money. Did I really hear that? What's next? Do we cease to provide life-saving services to the elderly, to the terminally ill, to save the state money? In the name of bigger picture, let's save the state money, let's off our 85-year-olds with dementia, because they won't know anyway. And then I started thinking, we actually do need more births. Colorado is going to, we have an aging population, we know that, and we have declining birth rate. We really need to be encouraging more births in our state, increasing our population. We have businesses fleeing, we have aging population. Who's going to take care of us? I also was thinking, a lot of people out there in TV land don't know what we see in the pink fiscal note. We talk about the pink sheets, the fiscal note. So I'm just gonna read to you some things just so that you know what this is about. Payer source, it is assumed, let me back up, cost. Abortion procedures are assumed to be reimbursed at a rate of $1,300 and medication abortions are assumed to be reimbursed at a rate of $800. Payer source, it is assumed that 100% of the utilization increase will be funded through the state-funded program as it is a stable and easily billed revenue source for clinics and providers compared to other funding sources. Averted births, covering the cost of abortion care through Medicaid/CHIP Plus is also expected to increase the number of averted births by 30% of the assumed utilization outlined above. Federally funded abortions. The bill mandates that all abortion care services be reimbursed exclusively with state funds, thereby shifting the cost of existing federally approved abortions to state funding. Since fewer than 20 abortions per year qualify for federal funding, this impact is assumed to be minimal. This confused me because up above, I just read that Covering the cost of abortion care is also expected to increase the number of averted births by 30% of the assumed utilization. Potential cost savings. This hit me. Medicaid-covered births typically involved additional social safety net impacts for the child, whereas abortion care services represent a one-time expenditure. These impacts have not been addressed in this fiscal note. Finally, Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing said, on net, the bill will decrease costs for HCPF by about $286,000 in fiscal year 25-26 and $573,000 in fiscal year 26-27 and ongoing. These impacts are the net result of increased costs for abortion services and decreased costs from averted births. In the first full implementation year, fiscal year 26-27, costs for abortion services are estimated to be $5.9 million, while cost savings for averted births are estimated to be $6.4 million. Because the bill requires all abortion services to be state-funded, it will shift costs to the general fund and decrease the use of cash and federal funds. That's information that I think the public probably didn't realize when they voted for Amendment 79, and I think that they need to hear that now. I do urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still a no on this bill. I don't think that surprises anyone, but there's 4 emotions that rule generally when people consider a vote. Fear, hope, anger, pride. I think there's a lot of that, all 4 in this room, and I'd ask folks to consider how that impacts them when they make their final vote. But I wanted to shift to kind of the history of abortion procedures in Colorado. In 1916, the Denver Birth Control League was established. So 118 years ago, this state had formal organizations that were supporting these types of things. In 1926, the first birth control health center opened in Denver. In 44, they came under the umbrella of an organization we're all familiar with that's nationwide and I won't mention. And in 1967, abortion was decriminalized in Colorado. This is not a new issue, but how we're treating it today in this bill is. Colorado has a long tradition of accepting others, what they believe, not forcing beliefs on others, accepting neighbors as they are. And that should continue. There was a vote, and Amendment 79 did pass. And there was a lot of debate Friday on if voters read between the lines, if they should have known that their tax dollars would be used to fund abortions if they voted for that amendment. And while I seriously doubt that most that voted for Amendment 79 thought that was a vote to fund abortions, to use their tax dollars or force others to use their tax dollars to fund these procedures, they voted that way anyway. But I've talked to a lot of college students. I have a daughter who's turning 20 this year. There was a heavy marketing campaign around this. There was one that was based primarily on fear and anger. College students were being told that they needed to vote for this amendment in order to save their access to birth control. That wasn't true, but a lot isn't true in political campaigns. But regardless, after all that money spent and the vote was taken, it did pass. I accept that. Our Constitution was amended. But the amendment doesn't require the actions that are contemplated in this bill. Section 32, Article 2 was added, a couple of sentences. The right to abortion is hereby recognized. That's the first sentence. Okay, it's been recognized. That doesn't require a bill to further recognize it. It's enshrined in our Constitution. It goes on to say that government shall not deny, impede, or discriminate against the exercise of that right, including prohibiting health insurance coverage for abortion. Again, that doesn't take a bill. Not prohibiting something doesn't take an action. This bill takes an action. That amendment, that question also repealed Section 50 of Articles 5, which had prohibited the use of public funds for abortion services. But that doesn't require the spending of public funds for abortion services. It merely says they aren't precluded from being used. So again, we're passing a bill that's not required. We're taking an action that is elective in this case. But spending money does require a bill, so that's why we have the bill before us. And this bill allows spending without limit. This body is here to appropriate. This body is here to actually decide year to year what our priorities are and what we should appropriate for. So we're effectively abandoning our responsibilities by allowing ongoing appropriations as this bill does. And I just kind of want to end where I was yesterday and remind folks that I recognize my district doesn't represent the whole state. It's certainly not representative of the vote on this. Well over 60% voted against Amendment 79. But across the state, though 1.9 million did vote for this measure, 1.2 million did not. By passing this bill, we're saying we really don't respect the desires, the beliefs of 1.2 million people in this state. We can respect them by not passing this bill. Abortion still exists. It's still enshrined in our Constitution. We can still not take any actions against the Constitution by banning anything, by not funding anything. That's consistent entirely with what this state did vote for, but it is a direct action against what 1.2 million people spoke to. So, you know, sometimes the best action you can take is none, and in this case, I think the action on this subject needs to end with the vote of the people. The Constitution has been changed. We don't need to take elective action to rub this in the face of 1.2 million people that find the practice abhorrent. So I am a no vote. I would urge you to join me. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have three things to talk to you about, but the umbrella topic is abortion on all of them. Every once in a while, the ultra conservative people in my district will try to trip me up with a gotcha question, and that gotcha question is, we hear you are in favor of abortion. I usually just take a deep breath and say, yes, I have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado. And yes, abortion is allowed in the Constitution of the state of Colorado. That means I will not, cannot, in any way, stand in the way of what is legally in our Constitution. But that doesn't mean I have to approve or like. And I usually leave it right there. And they can figure out exactly where I am and what I mean. So that's that on abortion. Now, when I was here Friday talking about euphemisms, and I'm back to that, averted birth. Well, you know, birth has a pretty good connotation in our head. You know, we see little babies and giggly and all of that, and we think, oh, how wonderful all of this is. But now that we know that an averted birth is really just an abortion, it kind of sours some of the words in that two-word phrase. Reproductive health. When I think of that, I think of some help for women who are in the midst of pregnancy and need as advice, need vitamins, need health in eating properly, exercising, need to know how they can get services from medical services. But now reproductive health is contraception, abortion. A little sour there. Family planning has been used now in terms of abortion. And I'm like so many of the people who've come up here and talked about family planning. I think of, oh, you know, a couple saying that they would like to have 2, 3 kids. You know, the conversation goes on, and, you know, what we'd like to do with them and how we're going to raise them and all like that. But here it doesn't mean that at all. So maybe it should be family no planning. Okay, we have another term that's come up in this whole discussion, and that's pregnancy-related services. In this context, it's meaning abortion. It isn't meaning adequate care to carry your pregnancy out to a full term. It isn't meaning that at all. It's for abortion. I feel bad that these terms could have a better definition. Now, my third topic on the topic of umbrella of abortion is the man. You know the expression, it takes 2 to tango. And honestly, we have not considered that very often the man is sincerely disappointed, crushed, hurt, stab in the heart. Think about that. Think about that. We don't consider the other partner often enough and how this action has an effect on them. I urge a no vote on this bill, please.
Representative Johnson, this is your second time to speak. You have 8 minutes and 51 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And I rise against this bill, and I want to say why I'm doing this. I had a roundtable yesterday with my constituents from House District 63, and I'd like it on the record that House District 63, all 7 counties were against Amendment 79. And I had to tell them, when I'm arguing against this bill, I'm not arguing against the will of the people. The will of the people last year decided to make abortion allowed in the Constitution. Okay, we're here to obey by the Constitution. We take an oath, and we're here to be the voice of we the people, recognizing that what we do in this body affects not just our districts, but the whole state. So here not to argue the proponents of abortion, but I do want to point out in the ballot initiative that I did mention with my good folks from House District 63 is it states, Amendment 79 repeals the constitutional ban on public funding for abortion services, potentially, hear that, potentially allowing state and local money to be used to pay for abortions through Medicaid or state and local government employee health insurance plans. The measure does not, I repeat, does not guarantee government-provided abortion funding. Future decisions on funding abortion services will be made by the Colorado legislature and local governments. So I want to point out right now, my no vote is not going against the will of the people. The right to abortion has been decided by the people and is in our Constitution. That's done. What we're here debating for the ballot initiative is whether we should use taxpayer money to fund this. And it said potential. It said not guarantee. This is the merits that I'm arguing on. Because when does one person's decision or constitutional right, because it is in the Constitution, infringe on someone else's decisions or constitutional right? Our state government, our state constitution says yes, abortion's now illegal. our federal Constitution, the First Amendment, allows for religious freedom. By imposing this bill and saying that taxpayer money should go to abortions, we are now going against the federal Constitution by making those who do not believe in abortions, per their religious rights, per our First Amendment, to pay for others. My question to you is, when does one's right get to impede on someone else's right? That's the merits we're discussing on this bill. For my House District 63, who I did say voted no against this bill, have said they don't like abortion. Per their First Amendment, be it religious, be it because that's how they feel, they do not want taxpayer funding to be paying for this issue. If private insurance wants to go about this, if they want to use it with cash funds, that is on them. They have the constitutional right. But let's not mistake that the federal and state constitutions have to work together. Federally, per the First Amendment, we should not be infringing on someone's religious right by making them pay, because this is now forcing all taxpayers in Colorado to pay for something that they may not religiously be okay with for the state right to have an abortion. Let that sink in. Federal Constitution and state constitution should not be at a crux with each other. I urge a no vote. We should not be making all Coloradans, all taxpayers, pay for something that they may not agree with.
Rep. Barone, this is your second time speaking. You have 6 minutes and 54 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm coming up here again because after the first time I came up and I went back to my seat to sit down, listen to some more arguments, I'm getting messages from constituents around my area and constituents in my district especially as well. They're watching, talking to other representatives here in this chamber, not just in the state. There's people that are actually pulling videos nationwide of what's going on here this morning. So make no mistake, people are watching what's going on here. And I wanted to come up here to speak on one of the messages from a constituent in my district that I got after I spoke the first time, that she wanted me to say this up here for her and part of her. And I agree. It's a great message. It goes like this. I stand here today to advocate for the protection of unborn life and to oppose abortion. Mother Teresa once said, I believe that the greatest threat to peace today is abortion. Today is a war against the innocent, a direct killing of a child by its own mother. If we accept that a woman can kill her own child, what can we expect others not to kill each other? The unborn are the most valuable and innocent members of our society. The U.S. Constitution already protects life, and you have been voted in to uphold it. As a nation, we must return to cherishing the unborn life. Abortion is a direct assault on the dignity of human life. Now, I did explain to her that this has already been settled with Amendment 79, but she was adamant to that she didn't really have a voice during the voting of Amendment 79, and she wanted me to portray that voice here in front of all of you. I still stand with this as another small step towards circumventing what the people wanted. The people would not have voted for this if this bill was included in that ballot measure, and I firmly believe that. So I still stand up here in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Rep. Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Amendment 79 was voted on by the public, and it passed. A lot of us disagreed with that, but it passed. So there's the amendment to the Constitution. Then we bring Senate Bill 183 into this mix. After a lot of debate on this bill, it puts carve-outs for private organizations, various church groups, on their employer health care, that they don't have to do that. Yet, it is going to force the rest of the taxpayers of the state of Colorado to fund abortion, whether they agree with it or not. whether they morally, religiously, or any other reason object to it or not. So Amendment 79 went one direction, and Senate Bill 183 is now using the power and the force of government to make people pay for things that they object to. We have a lot of things that we should be paying attention to that people need funding for, that roads need working on, but we are going to use the power of this building, the power that resides in this legislature, to force people to do things and pay for things that they don't believe in. I vehemently disagree with that. That puts us on a very slippery slope, because at what point, when and where, do we stop the force of the government driving what we agree with or disagree with? I urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, dearly beloved, as we gather here on this Lord's Day in the Church of the Leviathan to prevent the sacrifice of life, liberty, and prosperity of Coloradans on the altar of political correctness for the insatiable bloodlust of the death cult, I bid you welcome. In a time where Coloradans feel nickel and dimed by the unending, the insatiable money, where the taxpayer Bill of Rights is being outright attacked on multiple fronts, this bill wants to give a blank check. Well, Coloradans feel nickel and dime to death. This bill gives a blank check for death. That's what this is. And what did Colorado sign up for? Let's see. Fiscal impact of Amendment 79. The measure will have no fiscal impact to state and local governments, as it places current state law and the practices around abortion services into the Colorado Constitution. The extent that additional abortion-related programs are created from allowing the use of public funds for abortion systems, state or local government spending will increase. No fiscal impact. What is duplicity? Duplicity is when you have two things, like double. No fiscal impact, additional spending. That's duplicity. And certainly none of this says blank check to become the feticide capital of the United States, because as we know, especially for late-term feticide procedures, the killing of a fetus, the killing of an unborn, preborn human, a first-class ticket and a week at the spa to avert that human would be a small price to avoid a $30,000 price tag. Now we could instead of $30,000 or $36,000, whatever you wanted, you could do a $2,000 per year credit for the families that actually don't feel like averting the humans in their life. Maybe $2,000 credit, because you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay to avert these taxpayers, these unborn, preborn taxpayers. So why not? Why not actually plan for a family, allow people to plan for a family instead of creating an unlimited funding source to become the feticide capital of the world? First-class ticket from anywhere would pay for that. Of the world. No limit on funding for this. Extra special ways around the Constitution. Did the Colorado voters vote for that? No, this is clearly an additional program. Not considered. I can guarantee you whoever's on that sheet that says who voted for it, nobody voted for unlimited funding. And what was ensconced? So the people of Colorado that were told that this would eliminate feticide for incest and rape. Both of those are illegal. Well, I don't know if incest is legal. Some states it's not. But you should probably make that illegal. When we try to make the penalties for rape higher, it's denied. So I'm not really sure what the mixed message is here. But Colorado's House Bill 22-1279 declared a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. Now, the interesting thing about that is, and the sponsors mentioned this in a previous bill, that that would be the personhood aspect. Because they don't want any sort of personhood attached to the unborn, because then it would fall under the 5th and 14th Amendment, where no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Because, as we know, or some of us hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, without which liberty and the pursuit of happiness are meaningless. So some of us believe that. So do we have a respect for life or not? We have a culture where we're wondering why there's an ever increasing disdain for life, yet we started off by saying the one thing about life is that it's something to be averted. It's a crisis. It's a problem. Now, there's nothing that animates the death cult like rending a preborn human into saleable parts. And this is a prime example. Unlimited funding for feticide. On this Sunday, I can't help but note that Jesus bid his disciples, "Let the little children come unto me." There was no caveat, unless you kill them. So I know there's a lot of politics behind this. For constitutional reasons, I'm going to stand with my preborn constituents. They also are entitled to life. So here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God. So personhood, the interesting thing that people should note, is never granted. It's only recognized. So when you look at the euphemisms around feticide, because averted births is a euphemism for abortion, which is a euphemism for feticide. Fetus is an unborn human. So even feticide would be a euphemism for the killing of a preborn human. So a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. So it does not. So what Colorado declared here back in 2022, is that it does not have the rights of life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness, or have the right to not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. That's what Colorado declared. And if Colorado can declare it for the unborn, then Colorado can declare it for the born, because family planning is just another euphemism for the eugenics movement. And if you haven't read about the eugenics movement, you probably should. The eugenics movement, there's a wonderful little human. Thank you for choosing life.
Rep DeGraff, let's keep our remarks to the bill, please.
So every kid, yes, every kid. We respect the life of every kid that we don't kill. So what was already in Colorado law that it had to be ensconced via a campaign of fear? Well, let's go on further. Abortion means any medical procedure, any medical procedure, instrument, agent, or drug used to terminate a pregnancy. Any is a very broad allowance, emphasizing the cold-hearted definition of the procedure and not necessarily the well-being of the mother. We tried to make to add some regulatory authority into this realm to at least bring these medical procedures, these life-saving procedures into the same realm as nail salons and dog grooming.
Rep. DeGraff,
Those efforts were rebuffed.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. So, this bill is based in duplicity, and it needs to be rejected. Thank you.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Good morning, colleagues. I rise today in opposition to this bill, not out of disregard for the will of the voters, but out of deep concern for the direction this bill would take with taxpayer dollars and the sanctity of life. The Blue Book's always a little bit confusing for people. I hear this on both sides of the ballot issues. I think depending on how you think the Blue Book works is whether you win or lost. I do have a lot of constituents. This isn't the first year they felt that way with the WOOF initiative. There was a whole lot of different things that they're confused with. And between the deceiving ads, we all know we're in politics and we understand how this game works. And there's a lot of ads that skirt right up against the truth and try to sway people either way. So when you take the deceiving ads that come out one way or the other, and you mix that up with the confusion of the Blue Book, because I don't know anybody that's like, this is my light reading for the week, I'm going to take this Blue Book and dissect it. I wish more people did, to be honest. I wish that that's something that we would see from our constituents, but at the end of the day, I think it's on us to go out and try to help them more. We have Blue Book parties in my district where we get together and try to geek out on the Blue Book, talk about weird, right? Like I said, I recognize the voters' decisions in passing Amendment 79. And I believe that there is a clear line we should draw when it comes to using public funds for abortion care. Many of my constituents in rural Colorado are deeply pro-life and hold a firm belief that life begins at conception. And like my good colleague from El Paso County said earlier, we all have our beliefs. And my district as a whole voted no for this, but I had split counties. I had 6 against, 3 in favor. But forcing those individuals through their hard-earned tax dollars to fund the procedure that they believe is taking of innocent life, to me, is just unjust. For my constituents, it's not about policy, it's about principle. I mean, they believe this in the root. I mean, their moral fiber. Public funds, in my view, should never be able to support or facilitate abortion services. I believe that we can ensure the will of the voters while still ensuring that those taxpayers that stand against this, those that go to pro-life rallies, those that donate money to their church. I'm sure some in this building, if they were forced to take the hard-earned money that they had and put it towards a cause that they vehemently disagree with, it would be hard on them. In rural areas like mine, where our values are shaped by a strong sense of community and respect for life, the use of these taxpayer dollars is a concern. These families, these individuals, they work tirelessly, and their taxes should not be used to fund procedures that they oppose on religious or moral grounds. And we talk about the economy all the time in this building, and as we add 25 cents here, $1 there, I would take it that there's many people in this room, and I don't know if it's that way for you, but you just have enough cushion to get by. But there are some people that, as we add costs for fuel and we add costs for different services, these little adds add up. I remember when I was first married, we'd go to the grocery store and literally take a calculator in there. This was like 2004, and we would have to figure out almost to the T with taxes how much we could spend. And when we get up here and say that there's Coloradans that are literally wondering if they can put heat in the home or meat on the table, that's not an exaggeration. In House District 47, I know, like I said before, everybody watches Yellowstone, and they think that's what ranches are and farmers are, and that's the farthest thing from the truth. Most of them are land rich and money poor. If you want to be a millionaire, don't buy a small farm or a ranch, because it's not going to happen. when you got to wake up every day and whether your survival, it relies on if God's going to drop rain or if he puts too much snow or if a hailstorm comes through. I mean, you're literally at the mercy of the weather and what the good Lord gives you. And I just think that for some of my constituents, it's just hard for them to stomach this. This bill will effectively force taxpayers to pay for abortions, and that's something that the majority in my district and in rural communities cannot support. I always get up here to tell the story of my district. I think I do it in a respectful way, and I always look at you for honest asks. And I know that we can't always come together on these asks because we represent inherently different places. But I ask you to hear those concerns and respect both wills of the voters and the ethical concerns of those who oppose abortion, and reconsider the use of taxpayer fund for this purpose. So as I travel through the district, I see many middle-class families that have kids that are either sick, they have learning disabilities, they have mental health problems, physical disabilities, and the cost of medical is crushing them. Crushing them. And they pay taxes. And they literally, in Colorado now, have to sit and watch people cut the line nonstop. If you have to remember, last year we had to use state funds to prop up a hospital here in Denver because services were used and nobody paid for those services. So the taxpayers of this state were asked to use tax dollars to pay for those services that non-taxpayers used. Now here you are, medical debt's crushing you. You have people that haven't paid taxes come in, use a service, and then the people that are being crushed by the cost of medical are standing there going, really? Now, not only are we going to fund abortions of citizens, now we're going to, if you want to come in from anywhere, we'll pay for it. So now they're being cut in line twice. Both of my daughters have had medical problems. They've both been to Children's Hospital numerous times. And I understand what medical debt does. I'm a normal middle-class guy. I don't live in a 4,000-foot square home. You know, I don't have 4 sports cars parked outside. Most of you would probably drive up to my house and be like, yeah, he is a country bumpkin. I mean, 1,400 square foot, built it myself. And I know what it's like to have to make those choices with medical debt and look at your kids and wished you could do more because you can only afford to do so much. But now, I mean, I could remember walking into Children's Hospital and seeing things that just blew my mind, and it always made me think people do have it worse. Because one night when my daughter was first real sick with Kawasaki's disease, I get on the elevator and I come downstairs and I go to get something to eat about midnight, and I get back on the elevator and I'm riding up the elevator and there's a gentleman in there, and he looked at me and he goes, when do you think you're gonna get to go home? And I says, I'm gonna get to go home tomorrow, it looks like. And he goes, me too. I said, you know, the thing about it is I can't wait to get my daughter back out on the ranch. And he goes, well, I'm gonna go home too, but without my kid. So we take people like that could use this money. They could use the Medicaid funds and the health care funds. And these are people that put into the system, the moms and dads that get up at 7 every morning, whether they go to work at a gas station, whether they go to work at a school, middle-class folks like myself that now have to sit back, and not only have they taken the back line once, now they're taking it twice. Where's the return on their dollar? Where I'm from, we have a saying, you can't squeeze blood from a turnip. And you can't give from a cup that's empty. The great people of House District 47 are tired of paying to stand in a line for services that those from not only other countries but other states will now be able to cut in front of before they can receive services.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Is this a Colorado for all? Do we mean for all, as in everybody? That's fine. But we should take care of our own first. We should take care and help with the bills of the mom and dad that are in the middle class, that are deciding whether they're going to put heat in the house or meat on the table, and that the medical debt is crushing them. And I just want those people to know that's why I stand up here. I'm here to defend you and your families. You deserve to be taken care of before others. And I'm sorry that this is happening to you today. It's hard to get cut in line. Nobody in this room wants to get cut in line, whether it's at the lunch line or the on-ramp. And to do this, in my opinion, is unjust. And I feel bad for those people. But I'll always be here to defend House District 47 in rural Colorado and small town Colorado.
Your time has expired. Thank you, sir. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. What the Reproductive Health Equity Act said, and what subsequent bills have said, and if we include rejected ballot measures and bills that have been voted down, and finally Amendment 79, have all been very clear, and this is what has been affirmed: that every individual has a fundamental right to use or refuse contraception. Every pregnant individual has a fundamental right to continue the pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. And a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. These fundamental rights cannot be reserved for the wealthy or for people only on certain types of insurance. That's what this bill does. This bill makes sure that our fundamental rights are not reserved for the wealthy or for those on certain types of insurance. I urge a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff. This is your second time to speak. You have Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 79 garnered support from over 60% of Colorado voters to codify the right to abortion into the Constitution. Amendment 79 prohibits the government from restricting that right and ensures that insurance companies cannot deny coverage for abortion care. Amendment 79 also repealed language that banned the use of public funding for abortions. Senate Bill 25-183 ensures that the state fully implements the elements included in Amendment 79, approved overwhelmingly by over 60% of voters across Colorado. Medicaid is the most widely utilized health insurance program in the country. Women represent the majority of Medicaid enrollees nationwide. And in Colorado, women make up 60% of Medicaid enrollees. Senate Bill 25-183 is a matter of equity to ensure the state implements the constitutional access to abortion and that one's ability to receive reproductive health care is not limited by the type of health program they have. This bill is a matter of equity for those utilizing public health programs. Those who rely on programs like Medicaid or who are government employees receiving state-funded health insurance deserve access to all health care options, not a limited selection. This is about equity. Abortion care is health care and should be available within all types of health care options. I will be an enthusiastic yes on this bill because enshrining the right to abortion in our state constitution means nothing if people can't actually access that care.
Further discussion? ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So Amendment 79 made an abortion a constitutional right. It repealed constitutional prohibition on the use of public funds for abortion. It is not a mandate that we use public funds for abortion. So just to be clear, it repealed the constitutional prohibition, but is not a mandate. I'm Catholic and pro-life, and I don't apologize for being so. This state is socially liberal and fiscally conservative. We've seen that. We've seen that in our votes for Tabor, and we've seen that on our votes for this Amendment 79. Amendment 79 passed House District 14, the House district that I represent, by 51%, hardly a mandate in my district. And I have some of the largest churches in all of El Paso County located within my district, and so I want to be their voice today. We have talked a lot this session about the $1.2 billion deficit, and I believe that there's more to come in the future. I don't think we are out of that hole yet. I've also long said that Colorado does not have a revenue problem, but a prioritization problem, and I think this bill shows that. Is this the priority for the taxpayers of Colorado? Again, Amendment 79 is not a mandate to use public funds. It just removed the prohibition. The other thing that my caucus talked a lot about the different issues within their district, but the unfunded mandate on local governments is something we haven't talked about, and I wanted to add to the conversation because while it removed the prohibition, it also puts a potential mandate on local governments, and I don't think our local governments can handle anymore. They have a ton of issues that they're trying to deal with and reduced revenues as well, and this is just one more mandate on them. I will say, I talked to some of my committee members after the committee, and the averted births was a huge topic of conversation. And that was the wording that's in the fiscal note. I don't see it in the bill, but just what a horrible term, averted births. I'll be honest with you, it just made me sad to hear about that committee and the conversations about abortions saving the people of Colorado money. Just a sad day in Colorado. I also think the good representative from Douglas County and the good representative from El Paso County talked about the cost of mental health, and that's real. Because whether you have an abortion or not, there's going to be mental health impacts that I think will be realized in cost to Colorado, and we are in a mental health crisis. So finally, I think you heard this from almost every member of my caucus, and I know that we've had these conversations. We swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, which includes the things in the Constitution that we don't necessarily fundamentally agree with or that our districts don't agree with. But we swore an oath, and we are fulfilling that oath today. So while I don't support the implementation of Amendment 79, I do uphold the will of the people while I do not support the implementation of Amendment 79 under Senate Bill 183, I am still upholding the will of the people by voting no on this bill. Thank you.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just wanted to be able to add to the conversation on behalf of myself and my constituents, but also what I do believe to be the case on behalf of many of us who will support this bill and my caucus. You know, I think it's an incredible thing to be an American where we are allowed to have differences of opinion. We are allowed to disagree and still pursue our hopes and dreams. Many of you have heard me talk about what the Constitution means to me. And quite frankly, it means something to be able to have a document to help us navigate through our differences. But I want to share with you some of the things that I believe, and I believe many of us believe, with this bill. We believe that through our differences, one should not be shamed, one could be supported, one should not be jailed or prevented from access because we have different beliefs. When we do decide that we have differences of opinion, I don't believe it's the place of our caucus to put some of the most punitive measures on top of those who disagree. So when we say we believe in choice, I'd like to believe that an allegory to some of the things we're talking about here, no one has said in family planning, which, by the way, is about how many you can bring into your family. There are people who have abortions because they cannot manage, they did not plan or expect to have another child. There are people who have abortions who already have kids. Everyone who pursues one doesn't want to pursue them to have no kids. But I feel like for differences of opinion, if we believe in pro-choice, we then wouldn't penalize people for those choices. We would not pass a bill that limits how many children you can have. When we say you can believe in your faith, we would not have you go to jail for having children. We would not have you go to jail for even asking the state to support you with those children. But yet, when we say we don't want to have children, we are called murderers. We shouldn't have access. And so we believe that our differences should not come with punitive measures. We believe that if you're going to make decisions, if you're going to talk about being, quite frankly, compelled to have children, because that's the inverse of this, then there should also be proposals on how we will all take care of those children. I look forward to seeing the votes to support the Earned Income Tax Credit. But we're not hearing that as part of the conversation. Second, or not even second, I also believe that history is a teacher. Some of us remember the times when people could not access abortions. We remember, our parents remember, our grandparents remember women dying in alleyways. My generation remembers the whole subtext of Dirty Dancing, the movie. And so history has told us what happens when people cannot access this type of health care. History has also showed us, and what happens when some states offer freedom and others don't. If it is true that we are the state that has the most people coming here, then we should take note of that. That means there are people across the country who need this aid. Those numbers demonstrate an interest. When I was in Florida, somebody asked me to donate to support getting women out of the state. There were some states that say if you even attempt to go, and the first thing that popped up in my head was, did we just create another underground railroad to get women out of states into a place where they could be free to decide about what to do in their bodies? 200 years later, did we? We believe that even through our differences, we will still support each other. There are people who identify as LGBT, an ethnic or racial minority, different religions, or even vegan. And you know what we all do? We all put money into the pot so every kid could get educated and eat meat in schools. Even when those districts may not want to include books on our background, I'm still happy to put taxes and to pay those taxes so every kid, even where there are people who disagree with my existence or some of our lifestyles, we still pay in to support children in their public education. Because I do digress, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, let's be honest about where state dollars are also plugged into, supporting counties and school districts where maybe on their own they could not afford a $25,000 per pupil rate. to be able to educate kids who may disagree with some of our lifestyles. We don't protest. We still pay because we still believe in your children, even though their parents or their children may not believe in us. And so we actually do that all the time in this state. But lastly, I believe this. To anyone who is listening, while we may disagree with perspectives, and if you may live in a place where you feel like you are not seen, we believe that you should not be shamed. We believe that you should not be sad. We believe that the decision that you make about the lives that you can or cannot bring into the world is your own. We believe that you have the right to do that. And we would say, please do not despair. There are people in places who will support you, who will not judge you, who will not shame you, who will love you. We believe spaces like that should exist. And that's what a vote in support of this bill means. That for in your own personal decisions, you will not be judged for them, and you will not be legally kept from the access you need to live your life in according to something that is so deep to determining whether or not you can manage the family as how you define it. And so in the event that you feel hurt or not heard, please know there are people, places, and spaces in these states who are willing to provide that for you.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time speaking. You have 36 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that this bill be laid over until the 4th of July, 2025.
That is a proper motion. Seeing no further discussion, Representative DeGraff, this is your, well, first time speaking or second time speaking on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a lot of things that we need to talk about on this bill, and we need to bring it back at another time. I think the people of Colorado need to be woken up as to what this bill actually is. This is a bottomless pit, a blank check of funding for everybody in the country, everybody in the world to come to Colorado and have a life-ending procedure. And, by the way, I mean, definitely for the unborn human, but it could be for the individual as well, because again, the General Assembly voted down any, because this does cover late-term feticide procedures. It does cover that. And again, this body said it does not want to have any sort of regulation, the types that you might find at a nail salon or dog groomer, to cover these medical procedures, for which Coloradans are being asked to put their name and their children's name, and no, they're probably leaving. Because these bills, I mean, how many millions of feticides are performed around the world every day? And they can be performed for free around the world by sending them to Colorado. Death will finally be the growth industry, if it's not already, the growth industry of the death cult here in Colorado. Bottomless pit, blank check. Colorado, did you sign up for that? Did you sign up for unlimited funding, for unlimited states, for unlimited countries to come to the United States, to come to Colorado? to terminate and sell their pregnancies. Any reason, any means, any time. Is that what you signed up for? Because that's what the sponsors have said. Or do you feel a little duped at this point? No fiscal impact, blank check. Very different things. Now, we have lots of rights, and so it's really interesting when the sponsors, who are continually chipping away at, say, the Second Amendment, which we have in the Constitution, which our Constitution says cannot be at odds.
And Rep. DeGraff, the motion you made was to postpone this to July 4th, 2025. So I'd like you to speak to that motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to speak to why we need to postpone this. We need to postpone this till July 2025 so we can talk to the people of Colorado, get whether they understand what an infringement is. Do they understand that their constitutional rights by this bill will include funding of feticide from up to every single feticide in the entire world? And they will be on the hook for it. Does Colorado know that they signed up for that? I mean, it's just a small wafer-thin thing like any additional program we might have to increase spending for. What is the additional program that the sponsors want to sign us up for? Funding the feticide of anybody from the world who wants to come here and get one. Small little program that the sponsors would like to slip in. Because we have this right to use or refuse contraception. Just like we have the right to keep and bear arms or not, but nobody's going to fund us for that. And as far as my colleague mentioned, I did mention a tax credit. I mentioned a $2,000 per child tax credit. Probably not sufficient, not if you actually look at, but that would be per year per child. If we're going to spend $30,000 to $36,000 to terminate a child, and then of course there's the money that's made on the saleable parts, because we know that happens. So why don't we invest that money and give it back to the taxpayers and say, hey, maybe your value could be in being a parent of a living child instead of a tax-paying widget. Because how many states are going to send their people here? Because what have we said in this bill? What we've said in this bill is a pregnancy, a child, a human is something to be averted. And if you don't think that this bill is the language of eugenics, you haven't read about eugenics. And where did eugenics end? Eugenics ends in holocausts. Or it begins there. Now, as far as rights go, the sponsors want to conflate this and put it into rights, but we do have these rights. We have fundamental rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, we have also that we have a constitutional provision that comes way farther up in the bill that says we cannot do something to our Constitution that contradicts the federal Constitution. And the federal Constitution still says nobody can be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. So really what we need to do is we need to go back and we need to talk about the civil rights and whether humans can be property. Are humans property? Now, humans as property was a really big issue for most of history, until we got to the founding of our country and the banding together and the putting an end to that at great expense to this country and to England, having to fight against Africa and Arabia. primarily, to end slavery in the Western Hemisphere. People as property. Because if people can be property, then people can be property, and unborn people are people. Otherwise, your personhood depends on proximity. Where are you? Now, I've had constituents or people that I've talked to in Denver, no surprise. They feel that a pregnancy should be terminated all the way up until the time that the umbilical cord is cut. So if you don't think that this is about eugenics, you haven't read about eugenics. Family planning was a euphemism for eugenics. And I get it. We don't want to have, nobody should be forced into having a child. I'm not advocating for that. What I'm saying is we need to come to grips with whether an unborn human, is a person. Because if the state can take away somebody's rights and say that this person does not have derivative rights, because there's nothing that gives any person in here rights or recognizes them as a person. It recognizes you as a person but doesn't grant you personhood. That's a pretty slippery slope. And I think before we sign Colorado up and tell them to quit whining about being nickeled and dimed with our $40 billion budget or whatever it is, and our $5 billion in the hole.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I think we should probably have them have a discussion about whether humans are property. We should allow them to understand that this bill turns humans into property, saleable property. So I recommend I vote on this. If we have to reconvene, we have to reconvene. This bill should be returned. Otherwise, the bill should just go back to the origin from whence it came. Far below this room.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I do rise in support of postponing this bill to July 2025. We've talked till we're blue in the face about the fiscal note. Okay, you can come up here and say that the voters, 62% voted to pass Amendment 79. 1.2 million voters said no, but they did not vote for a continuous appropriation. Let's be very clear. They did not vote for that. They did not vote to fund anyone and everyone from all over the state, all over the states outside of ours, the world, with no safeguards in place. And they did not vote to fund a continuous appropriation when we're $1 billion in debt. They were not told those things. They were not given transparency about that. When teachers have come up here begging us for funding, when I have an inbox full of Medicaid waivers, people that take care of the health and wellness of the IDD community who are scared to death because we're cutting $350 million to Medicaid. So we're cutting $350 million to Medicaid, but we're gonna fund elective procedures. We're not gonna fund the kids on waivers, but we're gonna fund feticide. Tell that to your constituents. They need to know that. They're begging us for crime to decrease in the third least safe state. They're begging for public safety to be better. They're begging for businesses not to be robbed blindly. This should be brought back to the voters. The voters didn't have what they needed to make a rational decision. They did not vote when we were $1 billion in debt to fund elective procedures. They want their children on Medicaid to have their waivers covered. They want their children to go to classrooms that don't have 40 kids in there. They want their kids to be de-escalated and not thrown in seclusion rooms. That's what they want. And when we vote on a fiscal note that is completely not transparent, and we vote on an amendment that is not transparent to the people of Colorado, it's a slap in the face to them. And I will stand here. I don't believe anyone has shamed anyone for having an abortion. I talked about several of my friends who have had them. I walked through that process with them. If that's their decision, we walk through that process together. I've never shamed anyone for having an abortion. We have federal funds that pay for rape, incest, and the life of the mother in abortion cases. And I will say that in 6th grade science class, I learned what happens when you get pregnant. Where's the accountability? My sister took accountability. She's 18 years old when she had a baby. Hasn't been easy for her. Took her 10 years to get her degree. She's a teacher, single mom. You play certain games, you win certain prizes. There are nonprofits everywhere. Get on birth control. You can have condoms. So you don't budget for your family planning and we have to cover the cost of you terminating your pregnancy? No. Voters don't vote on that. You don't get to come up here and say, oh, I didn't plan for it. I don't have enough money for it. Birth control's free every month. 6th grade science class will tell you how a baby is formed. Tired of the lack of accountability. I'm tired of this being on the backs of the taxpayers. I'm tired of the lack of transparency. Colorado voters didn't vote on this. I don't care how many times they say they did not. We tried to take out the continuous appropriation, $1 billion in debt, and we're gonna fund Feticide. Sorry, IDD waivers, we can't fund you. Sorry, parents that wanna have babies through surrogacy or adoption. Sorry, foster care kids, we can't get more foster care parents because we don't have the money. Sorry, we can't fund K through 12 education. Sorry, we can't fund Medicaid. But by golly, you can come to Colorado and terminate your pregnancy. That's what we stand for here. What a joke. Send this back.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And I too am in support of this movement. As my colleague just mentioned, Colorado elected us to come up here to do a lot of things. Improve the safety of Colorado, reduce the crime in Colorado, pay for K through 12 education, help solve problems with senior care, help pay for senior care, help fix our roads, help fix our infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot of problems in Colorado that this bill in itself, because as I mentioned before, it's not just a Colorado abortion payment plan, it's an all of America payment plan. Because there's nothing in here that protects. It says that you must be a resident of Colorado. No residency checks, no nothing. If you want an abortion, America, guess where you can come? Come to Colorado. That is absolutely, in my opinion, ridiculous. Putting this off to July 2025 will actually give us time to fix the problems within this bill, such as what I just mentioned. Clarifying the rules and giving full transparency, having oversight, having reports done, knowing where our money is going, that will give us time to plan for that and put that in here. It doesn't have it in here at all. You'll know absolutely nothing. The people of Colorado who are footing the bill of this, the dollars and dollars and dollars that are gonna be coming out of your pocket to pay for this, you'll never know. It's a hidden agenda. The true fiscal note and costs will be damning to Colorado. They don't want the people to know. I do. I so much do. I want you to see everything that is going on under this dome. And believe me, if the people actually had the time to sift through all the stuff in the fake title bills that I feel that are fake titles on bills, you would actually get into the meat of it and you will see, and you would be absolutely ticked off like I am. If the people of Colorado want to fund this, They could give their tax dollars. They could actually give their tax returns, if they wanted to such a cause. So if you want to fund it, go ahead. Every single one of my colleagues on the other side, if you want to give and pay for this, I hope you give every single bit, every single dollar of your tax returns to such a cause. If you don't, we need to start asking, well, why not? You expect the people of Colorado to give every single penny out of their pockets to such a cause. The people voted on Prop 79, and they did, and they wanted to make sure that, that people had the access to abortion. That was their decision, that was their choice. But what they didn't know, and they were tricked into, in my opinion, is that you were going to pay for it afterwards. The original prop said you were not going to have to pay for it. It just enshrined it in the Constitution. Little did you know, coming up behind that was the fact that you're not going to pay for it. You gave the permission for it, and now they're going to put the hurts to you, they're going to put the screws to you. And you're going to be paying for every single abortion in America. I don't like being tricked, and I don't think the people of Colorado like being tricked either. I hope this is shared. I hope this today, what we're seeing today, is shared across the entire state of Colorado so that people understand what is going on, how it's lack of transparency, how there's no oversight in any of this, how they were tricked, in my opinion. We have funding, as my colleague mentioned, for rape, incest, medical need. We already have that. This is something different. This is all the others. This is everything else. The people of Colorado have been tricked, and we need to make sure that we actually go through, and if we're going to put any type of legislation on this together, make it smart, clean it up. This is a mess. Again, this will be damning to the state of Colorado, and I cannot abide by that. So I will be a strong no on the bill, but I'm a strong yes on this movement. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to use this time to talk to the bill. You already know I don't like it, but I do think this is a good motion. Yesterday, there was a vote to limit debate. When you limit debate, you don't really get a chance to flesh out all the arguments for and against all the nuances of a bill. The speaker that spoke from the other side of the aisle a bit ago raised quite a few issues that, even after careful study of the bill and debate for several hours yesterday, really hadn't come out. I did not understand until she spoke that this bill somehow pertained to vegan diets or what books belong in school libraries or underground railroads, or several other subjects that were brought up
And Rep. Richardson.
I did not see in the bill.
Rep. Richardson, I've been giving a lot of latitude to everybody, and so I appreciate your comments. Please know that that respect has been given to both sides of the aisle.
Oh, I appreciate that. That was why I was respectfully addressing the comments made by that speaker. I believe we all need time to re-examine the bill and see where those issues that were brought up fit in there, and if they should be considered when we make our final vote. So I do believe, respectfully, that all the subjects raised should be carefully considered, and that does require laying this bill over. So I urge support of this amendment.
Rep. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also support this motion to lay over until July 4th of this year, and it's for the simple fact that my colleague from the Eastern Plains just said is we were limited to 2 hours of debate on this, a very consequential issue, and that's not enough time. A lot of people didn't even realize this was a thing until they were made aware of it by social media mostly. 2 hours of time for something this consequential is unacceptable for this body. We need to lay this over. If this is such a popular idea, I would love to see this as a ballot measure and ask the voters to do it. But instead, what we have here is this bill with a safety clause on it, so we're not even giving the voters a chance to petition against it if it were to pass. That's the least we could do for Colorado voters. Lay it over, let's discuss it more, and you can bring it back later. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also rise in support of this motion. Coming up here a little bit to talk a little bit more about why I support this motion is to echo some of the comments from other representatives that have come up here. Is 2 hours on Friday was not enough time for such an issue that, and even with those 2 hours, a lot of the population have come to notice what's going on here. And now we need a little bit more time to be able to talk to this issue. And I do agree with the good representative from El Paso County that just recently spoke before me, that if this is such a big issue, that's a big thing that wants to be done, it should go to the voters, just like Amendment 79 did. If you truly think that the people really want this, going back to the ballot is the way to do it. Have them vote that the taxpayer money is going to be used for abortions, even for people outside the state coming in. This is going to affect this state one way or another. And then the most way is that we're going to be paying for this. And then people that actually voted against it, let's say the 46% or whatever, that voted against this are going to be paying for this, for these procedures, which they didn't want it to happen in the first place. So this should be going to the ballot, and to have this bill go back for talking July 4th, I believe it was the motion, is a great thing for us to be able to speak more to it, and people can get a hold of all of us and let us know what they really truly think about this specific bill to Amendment 79. So I urge an aye vote on this.
Further discussion, Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I strongly support this amendment to postpone this until July 4th. July 4th is such an iconic day, a day for freedom, a day for liberty, a day for we the people. So let's delay this conversation, put it back to the people. I would argue let's put it back to a ballot initiative, because if the people want to use taxpayer dollars, let's make sure we affirm that they know this is going to be taxpayer dollar used. Not just that it can be done. We're taking away the ban of these funds, but that we want to make sure the people fully know what they're going to vote on and that they fully support. If what I'm hearing from this body is this is what the people want, let's just go to double check with them and assure this is what the people want. Let's honor the people's will and double confirm, because it's never bad to ask twice, 3 times, just to make sure we're hearing the message correctly from the people. I strongly urge a yes vote on this motion to postpone until July 4th.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this amendment. We have had plenty of conversation about this, and I think that the voters have spoken. And the reality is that without supporting everyone to actually access the right, it is not a right, in fact. And so I ask for a no vote on this motion.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on laying the bill over until July 4, 2025. Shall the main question now be put?
Members, for your information, an affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on the issue before the House. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is yes by a majority of those elected, then we will immediately vote on the underlying motion before us, which is the motion to lay the bill over until July 4th, 2025. The question before the House is, shall the main question now be put? Members, this is a non-debatable motion. I just want to be clear on that. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Byrd votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote? Representative Morrow, we can't hear you.
Yes.
Representative
Sorry.
Morrow votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Rutenell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutenell votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Phillips is excused. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 6 excused, the motion is adopted. We are back to the bill. Representative Luck. I'm sorry about that. My apologies, members. Now we will take a vote on the motion itself to lay over until July 4th. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Going back online. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Byrd votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
No.
Representative English votes no. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Rutenell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Rutenell votes no. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sirota votes no. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Valdez votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 39 vote, 6 excused, the motion to lay over until July 4th, 2025 is lost. Now we are back to the bill. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The ballot title in relevant and pertinent part read, "Shall there be a change to the Colorado Constitution recognizing the right to abortion, and in connection therewith, allowing abortion to be a covered service under health insurance plans for Colorado state and local government employees and for enrollees in state and local government insurance programs?" Keyword, allowing. What people, at least outside of my district, voted to permit was the allowance of state funds. That's permissive, not mandatory. That left in our hands the determination of whether we should utilize that permission and pay for such services, or whether we should continue with the status quo and refrain from doing so. As has been mentioned prior by members of both sides of the aisle, we have taken an oath to uphold both the U.S. and Colorado constitutions. The preambles to both include the same phrase, namely that we are to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. In the U.S. Constitution, posterity is capitalized in order to provide emphasis of importance, but ourselves is not. Our duty to ourselves is lesser under the drafting of that document than our duty to those who come after us. It is hard to govern a state if there are no people in it. It is hard to govern a state when tax dollars diminish and populations decline. And we owe it to ourselves, but especially the next generation, to ensure that there are enough people to continue to populate
this beautiful land. We have been told that this is a cost-saving measure, which may be true in the short term, though members from my side of the aisle have pointed out that that in and of itself may be a claim not fully supported by the facts. But at the very least, it does not give thought to the long-term impact of every citizen. Did you know that the average high school graduate will contribute $541,000 over their lifetime to Colorado via taxes? If we calculate for the 5,600 children who will be aborted in a year under this measure, that's the equivalent of $1.47 billion lost to the state. Just for 1 year. That's 525,000 times more costly to the state of Colorado than each averted birth. The Congressional Budget Office states that by 2033, the US population will see more deaths than births. There will be more people dying than people being added. Many of our social services rely upon an upright triangle of demographics, such that the bottom part are the youngest, and then it increasingly ages. It's in some ways a Ponzi scheme. If we don't have the requisite number at the bottom, we can't afford the services we've promised to those at the top. That triangle is increasingly inverting, not only in the United States, but around the world. We are in a demographic winter. The United States has one of the highest levels of reproduction in the Western world, and we are at 1.78. If we want to continue as a people, we need to be at least at 2.1. Other nations, China, Italy, Spain, South Korea, North Korea, Japan, the list goes on, are at 1.2 or 0.7 something. They are panicking, and we are close to being in the same predicament that they are. In fact, did you know there was an employer in China who recently imposed a measure on its employees saying that if you do not marry within the next 9 months, you will lose your job because you are not patriotic enough, because we need more people. China is set to lose 60% of its population by the end of this century, and we are not far behind. So when we look at policies like this that incentivize and pay for less and less population, that affirm a narrative that has been put forth at least since Malthus, all the way through to Eric, disproven, if not headed all the way back to the beginning of time in the garden, we will suffer consequences. We will see workplace shortages. We will see infrastructure begin to decline. In fact, in some Asian countries, they are actually having to dismantle whole communities, rural towns, cities, because there just simply are no longer the people to live in them. It's going back to nature. Some might say that's a great thing. I've heard it from this well before. In fact, in 2022, from this well, someone said that humans are parasites and that we should get rid of them. Perhaps that is the view still of some. But we took an oath to preserve the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. This does not do that. It also does not in any way undermine what the people voted on, because they gave us permission. Permission to look at all of the facts, permission to look at all of the situation and decide whether or not it was in the best interest of our citizenry to actually pay for less citizenry. I wanted to rise in support of the prior motion because of the last conversation we had from this well on Friday about whether or not these measures, if implemented, could exempt people like me and many in my district who do not want to be complicit in the taking of innocent human life, who do not want to pay for the death of another. In speaking with a sponsor, there was an admission that perhaps there should have been conversation with that 40% or representatives of that 40% who voted against Amendment 79, which I should note because it has been pointed out. Yes, there have been a number of pro-life ballot measures or measures related to abortion over the last 20 years, and the number of people supporting abortion has increasingly declined. We are becoming more and more of a pro-life state. We're not there yet. We're not at the 70-30 or 80-20 that we once were. 40% basically of the population of this state said, we don't want that. We don't want to participate in that. And yet in this bill, apart from one religious exception for employers, there is no contemplation of those people. There is no reflection of their part in this state. In Japan, 342 companies went bankrupt due to labor shortages last year. And for every baby born in that nation, more than 2 people pass away. There's example after example after example of why the conversation in this space should be more about how can we encourage people to embrace family and childbearing, not to reject it.
Rep. Luck, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The first time my husband and I saw an ultrasound of our son, the little guy was about 8 weeks old. He was standing on his head in my uterus and waving at us. He still likes to stand on his head with the support of a chair or other such things. He definitely loves to smile and wave. I very much desire that when he gets to the proper age, he can marry. And that the spouse that God intended for him is not paid to have her life averted under this bill. Please vote no.
Further discussion, Rep. Brooks. This is your second time speaking. You have 5 minutes and 43 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I'm sad that I didn't eclipse the 50% mark in my first effort. Well, endeavor to do so at least this time. I'm going to stand, obviously, for a second time with my 5 minutes left and reiterate some of the pieces that I have been listening to from both sides. One that I do believe needs to be repeated from our glorious minority leader is, Amendment 79 is not mandating the use of public funds. The idea with 79, which still, I do take exception to vast majority of Colorado. That's fine. Majority, yes. 60-ish, 61 point something %. I do understand. It's majority. Fine. 79 wins. Vast majority, you take exception to that. And I do believe that it is fair to say that the vast majority of those probably thought that, okay, we're enshrining the right to choose, simply the right to choose, into the Colorado Constitution. Why wouldn't we? We're already at the point where we have passed everything else. Again, back to my statements previously about how we are a tourism industry for this. So why wouldn't we take that next step and enshrine it in the Constitution? That's fine. But it does not mean that the other very large percentage of Coloradans who either A, didn't understand, or B, just didn't even agree to begin with anyway, should have to then pay out of their funds for this. It does not mandate that. Yes, I do understand that while 79 did pass, that relieved the prohibition of, but not does specify the mandate for the public funds. It becomes increasingly distasteful to use public funds, taxpayer money, as almost a weapon from those that do not want it to be used that way, but we're just part of the minority of that vote. You know, when I first started to consider, when I'd been asked to run for this position, I did so because I'd been told that oftentimes those that come out of local government are used to seeing perhaps the unintended consequences of legislation, the unintended consequences of policy. That sometimes there are some good intentions behind what happens at the state capitol, sometimes. But oftentimes there is an unintended consequence behind it. And that perhaps, I'm not saying that it's accurate, but perhaps those that have served in a local government capacity can kind of see the downstream, because they have witnessed the impacts of their actions, they've witnessed the impact of their votes previously, impacts of previous legislation, previous efforts that came before them, to understand that sometimes the well-intended policy, the well-intended thoughts didn't always necessarily work out that way. Now, I can't speak to intended consequences, because then that goes to kind of the motives of 79. I guess I could speak to the motives of 79, that I believe that probably set up the opportunity for very intended consequences, such as this. It opened the door, but yet Coloradans didn't realize that that's what was happening. It opened the door for policy like this to come through and divert public funds into an area which many people would find highly, morally, religiously objectionable.
Rep. Brooks, you have 54 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I am willing to bet that the view is like, okay, here come the Republicans, they're just going to try to run out the clock, they're just going to try to take more time with this. I believe that these things are, I understand that it failed, but the amendment to delay this, to ensure that we actually know, that Coloradans know exactly what it is that's at stake, exactly what it is that we're talking about. Is it the unintended consequences? Is it the intended consequences pretending to act like unintended consequences? I don't know. But ensuring that we are very clear about what we're doing here is vital to good policy. I do not believe. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. Members, just to be clear, this is now Rep. DeGraff's second time speaking on the question, as his previous time at the well was to make a motion. Please proceed.
Oh, I was waiting for you to tell me to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 32 seconds. This is about our climate goals, averting humans. When the Social Security pyramid inverts, your time has come, Colorado. The Democrat Party will soon vote in a blank check for you to fund the death of your future. Don't ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Further discussion. ML Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I wanted to wrap this conversation up by just reiterating what my caucus has said. They will uphold their constitutional obligations. They are against the way that Amendment 79 is being implemented in this bill, and we urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I want to thank sincerely everyone in this room for having the dialogue and the conversation that we have had on this bill today. We are bringing this bill forward because exactly as what we've heard is that we are, in fact, allowed to use state dollars, if approved by this body, to ensure that what has been voted as a right into our Constitution is realized as an accessible right to everyone who may need an abortion. We've heard a lot about picking and choosing what our dollars go to. I am vehemently opposed to certain subsidies we give to certain industries, yet I understand that as a Coloradan, that this body dictates where my taxpayers go, as well as Tabor. A right is only a right if it is actually accessible. And in my opinion, and that is only mine, we are only able to fully realize a constitutional right when we do not allow for barriers that get in the way of certain individuals to access that right. And I get that many did not vote for this. But yes, actually, the vast majority did. But is that not what a democracy is? Not a single one of us in this room are here because we won 100% of the votes. But we are here because a majority sent us here. And it is our obligations to ensure that when we are representing our communities, that we are doing the work necessary back in our own districts to represent our communities. That is a democracy. We heard a lot about adoption. My nieces just adopted their third child. They have such a beautiful family. So beautiful. But it was not easy. It took years. Years. There are still 352 kids in foster care. Passing this bill will not take away the opportunity for families who want to adopt because there are still 352 kids who are looking for a loving family. If you have never had to make this decision before, if you have never had to contemplate seeking an abortion, then you have no idea what it's like for the person who has to make that decision or their close loved ones. You have no idea. And to assume and to claim and to state that it is nothing more than just a multi-billion-dollar industry is an insult and shameful. The basis of freedom is being able to live your life how you choose to live your life. The basis of freedom is that no one can tell you what to do with your body. No one can compel you to have kids. The basis of freedom is being able to access the rights that you are legally allowed to. We have the opportunity because voters gave us the chance to come here today and say, do we as Coloradans believe that a right is a right when all can access? That is the question before us today. Do we believe that everybody should have access to a right? And I urge a yes vote.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I want to start by recognizing something that was said at the well. A colleague I deeply respect said they would not apologize for being pro-life. And I want to lift that statement up. I want to recognize that in this room, there are deeply held emotional, social, moral beliefs. And as part of our democratic process, voice should be given to those individual beliefs. The bill before us today, the fiscal note before us today, follows an amendment that was put forth before the people of this great state. As my co-prime has so carefully and thoughtfully articulated, making abortion a constitutional right, repealing the existing constitutional ban on state and local government funding for abortion services will now be realized through Senate Bill 183. What I want to close on today is the recognition that I hope all of us can honor, and that is an abortion is a deeply personal consideration, one that must be balanced with our own personal, ethical, spiritual values. And for the individual facing the weight of that decision, they should be able to make that decision in the consultation of their family, their faith leader, their health care provider, not in the consultation of government, not in the consultation or request for permission from government. Colorado, my state, is independent, fiercely independent. The people of this state cast a vote, and I give voters a great deal of credit for understanding what their yes vote meant. And I will also honor those that voted no. But today, we stand before you with the answer to that vote this past November. We are a state that will honor the freedoms, the rights, and the responsibilities of individuals who pursue an abortion in this state. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bradley, I see your hand, and I will call on you. I want to mention, for the good of the body, that it has long been custom and practice for the sponsors to speak last on a bill. And I would like to just acknowledge that. Representative Bradley, this is your second time to speak. You have 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I'm not intentional to go against what the natural decorum is. That was not my intent. I just heard something that resonated with me. When the bill sponsors say everyone should have access to their constitutional rights and their freedoms, this body does everything it can to interfere with the exercises of the Second Amendment rights.
And Rep. Bradley, that is not to the bill.
When we talk about freedoms and rights and constitutional rights, it should include all of them. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 183 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Byrd votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Rutenell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutenell votes yes. Rep. Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rep. Sirota votes yes. Rep. Soper, how do you vote?
Yes. No.
I've got you as a no, Rep. Soper. Thank you. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 21 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 183 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Rutenell, you are already a co-sponsor. Representative Leader, you are already a co-sponsor. Representative Sirota, co-sponsors. Representative Byrd, you are already a co-sponsor. Please close the, sorry about that. I see the hands now. Representative Valdez, you are already a co-sponsor as well. And Rep Sirota, I've got you as a co-sponsor. I see your hand up. Thank you. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 25-1309.
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Brown and Titone, also Senators Cutter and Gonzalez, concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health care.
Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1309 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this bill, for those tuning in today, it's saying all health benefit plans have to cover gender-affirming care. Now, during debate on Friday, there was an amendment brought forward that said we'll exclude minors from this. Exclude minors from the things that are outlined in this bill. And I'm gonna touch on a couple of those. And you ask yourselves at home, do you think that all healthcare plans should cover this for minors? Some of the things listed in this bill: breast or chest augmentation, reduction, or construction, hormone therapy, rhinoplasty, facial bone remodeling, cheek, chin, or nose implants. And perhaps maybe the most disturbing to me is genital surgical procedures. Now, on page 3, line 21, it says a health benefit plan, remember this is all health benefit plans, even for minors, shall not deny or limit gender-affirming health care that is medically necessary. Now you tell me the medical necessity for genital surgical procedures for children, breast reduction for gender-affirming care for children. Now I've sat through more committees than I can recall on this transgender issue just this session. And I often get told, well, we're not doing this. This isn't happening. We're not doing genital surgical procedures on children. We're not doing breast reductions on children for gender-affirming care. Okay, then explain to me why this includes children and why when we run an amendment that says you must exclude children from these procedures and these health benefit care plans, you voted down that amendment. If it's not happening, why is it in the bill? Now you may say, well, Representative Caldwell, he's just a conservative guy and that's what he believes. The New York Times did a survey at the beginning of this year, a very big national survey. 70% of people surveyed felt that this gender-affirming care, medical procedures for children, is not okay, including 54% of Democrats said they do not believe in this. And here we are talking about genital surgical procedures for children and covering it in healthcare plans, which means that through our premiums, we're all paying for. Because when we're adding care like this, it drives up the cost of us who disagree with this. I do not believe the voters of Colorado sent us here to do these types of bills. I don't. And a bill this controversial, I think, should be put directly to the voters. But instead, this bill has a safety clause, which means it goes into effect either on the effective date or right away. And it removes the right of the people who disagree with this. And trust me, there is a lot of people that disagree with this. It removes the right of the people to petition this and strike this down. We are taking away their voice on this issue. Now, I understand some of my colleagues come up here and they say, you know, this, whatever the bill is that we're debating, it's not controversial. You know, we don't need to do a petition clause. Nobody's going to fight this. I mean, I disagree in principle because we are here on behalf of them and to tell them that we don't need their voice and we're going to take away that opportunity for them. I fundamentally disagree with that. But especially on issues like this, it is more unacceptable to remove their right to petition this than other non-controversial bills. Members, I really urge you to be a no vote on this bill today. It doesn't mean that you're anti anything. It doesn't mean that you hate anybody. The question is, do you really think the majority of the people of Colorado want this as legislation? Please vote no.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another bill that just simply won't raise any costs. It's amazing how we get bills with no fiscal notes on them. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of plastic surgery is listed in this bill as a covered service in this bill. Hundreds of thousands of elective procedures. And the fiscal note is saying that there's not going to be minimal impact. And the taxpayers are being circumvented by legislators passing bills like this, and then we put a safety clause on there, so then they can't petition it either. They are going to have increased costs. It is going to happen, and I'll be standing here and reporting on it when it does. Maximum impact. The federal government is going to cut funding, and we rely on $9 billion for HCPF alone. If federal funding for CHIP and gender-affirming care ceases, HCPF may need to cover an estimated 1,000 enrollees receiving such care annually, assuming an average cost of $10,000 per person. And again, all of the different things listed is hundreds of thousands of dollars based on surgical and therapy costs from Johns Hopkins study. Adjusted for inflation, this could add $10 million annually to state expenditures. For Medicaid, if CMS reverses this essential health benefit status and federal matching funds decrease, costs for an estimated 5,000 transgender enrollees, 1 in 5 per One Colorado data, could reach $50 million annually at $10,000 per person. So I think to say that there's no fiscal impact is just wrong, because federal funding will be cut. And there's a representative from Douglas County that talked about boys and chest plastic surgery. They don't have life-altering, non-FDA approved puberty blockers to have that type of reconstructive surgery. And the taxpayers aren't paying for that elective procedure. So let's be very clear. 70% of people and 54% of Democrats said no to gender-affirming care for minors. And you know why? Why they said no and why they feel so led to say no is because there's no research. I didn't rely on one article. I didn't rely on one file. Here's 84 articles right here talking about the long-term detrimental and lifelong effects of puberty blockers, slaying the false narratives that if you don't affirm, kids will kill themselves. 84 articles just here, research-based, that say no. That's not true. That doesn't exist. So it wasn't one. I don't rely on just one. Puberty blockers are not FDA approved for gender dysphoria. There's never been a randomized control trial of puberty blockers and gender dysphoria. Multiple systematic reviews of the data we have does not show safety nor that they help. 6 systematic reviews said no, stop doing this to children. And when I went to pass an amendment, because when you're an adult, hey, gloves are off, do what you want to do. But for children and their parents, they should have all the information. And I guarantee you these multi-billion-dollar companies aren't saying, hey, parents, listen, there's been 6 systematic reviews and they have all said no. It's not FDA approved. We don't know the lifelong problems from this. They don't. And I feel sorry for the parents that aren't getting this information because they're just being told if you don't affirm, your kids are going to kill yourself. And we know that's not true. We absolutely know that's not true. It's been proven time and time again. We know it's not safe. Major studies on children in the UK and US did not find that blockers helped nor were safe. And what other medical treatment do we allow for this? We know the FDA process because one of the first bills that was introduced in this chamber talked about like the 8 different hoops that you have to jump through just to get the FDA to process and approve. Why wouldn't we pause for the safety of our children? Why are we allowing this when other countries are saying stop? When systematic reviews are saying stop. This is harmful to children, stop. And when I put an amendment that says to allow this for 18 and older, it gets shot down. And they come up here and they say every medical college has approved. No, 62% of plastic surgeons will refuse to cut off healthy body parts of children. They refuse. Do no harm doctors have refused. Psychologists after psychologists have refused. They come and they testify because they're not scared anymore. This is not a pause. In 2 studies, nearly all, 98% patients prescribed puberty blockers for gender dysphoria proceeded to cross-sex hormones. This suggests that puberty blockers are more of a first step on a years-long, mostly one-way pathway. Females express more regret than males, especially for mastectomy, regret that has not been carefully studied, but doctors have gone ahead with this treatment anyway. Again, regret not studied. It's not been studied. The systematic reviews say no. We're going to just put that aside. Do no harm doctors say absolutely no. Plastic surgeons say absolutely no. But we're going to just put that aside because this is feel good. This will make kids feel good. Well, no, it actually doesn't, because kids that go through this have a 19 times more risk of suicide when they go through these surgeries. And the people that say that they're not going through surgeries, it says that 100% almost of patients prescribed puberty blockers for gender dysphoria proceeded to cross-sex hormone therapy. If it's not happening, we wouldn't have hospitals in the state doing it. The most famous study saying regret rates for gender surgery are low, ages 13 plus, did not have data on 30 to 40% of their patients. It's a huge amount of patients that they had no studies on. Regretful patients are less likely to follow up. Presumably, this study failed to catch the true regret rate. Also, the doctors or the authors determined about their own study that 97% of patients in it were from overly biased studies. Desistance is when children's gender dysphoria resolves by adulthood. Many irreversible interventions prior to that would presumably be no longer wanted. According to the DSM-5, I mean, that's the psychology Bible, psychiatric Bible, 90% of boys, 61 to 90% of boys, and 50 to 88% of girls desist by adulthood. Why are we rushing this? Why couldn't we carve out 18 and over? We sit up here time and time again, brains not developed, brains not developed, brains not developed. It's only if you want to own a gun or a tattoo or vote. But if you want to cut off your healthy body parts and have no clue what's going to happen when you're an adult, hey, this bill's the one for you. Because by 12, for this bill, you know exactly what's going on. At 8, you can get on puberty blockers in our state. Sure, an 8-year-old can make a good decision. My 11-year-old doesn't even remember what we had for dinner last night. But I'm sure an 8-year-old can understand the harmful effects of testosterone and estrogen. For many cases of gender dysphoria, which desists by adulthood, youth presumably get risks, but not benefits of interventions. One long-term study found post-adult surgery, patients were 19 times more likely to commit suicide. I mean, if we're trying to protect kids and we're not, it's screaming. The research is screaming. It's screaming at us. Even the transgender WPATH said, we do not have enough evidence to continue this, to continue to push this on our kids. Just with that alone, we should have said, let's pause, accept the amendment, and let's work from there. Suicide mortality is not predicted by gender dysphoria or its treatment, but by often the complex psychiatric treatment history of patients. Most of these kids are depressed. Most of these kids have anxiety, 50% of these kids are autistic. And that's who we're going after? We have study after study saying no. Sweden, Finland, the UK, and Norway reviewed evidence and restricted or banned gender medicine clinics outside experimental settings. The Netherlands, France, Denmark, Belgium, and Australia have also urged caution. Australia, that was news to me. It's a very liberal country. And they too have come to the table and said, let's take a pause. We're not seeing what's going on with these kids lifelong. Sterility, lifelong complications that an 8-year-old cannot even begin to process. If you can't let them buy ammo at 20 or at 18, you cannot tell me they understand the complications of this.
Representative Bradley, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Children cannot consent to reproductive and sexual harms they are most likely to suffer as adults for an alleged benefit. Their parents can't because they are not given the factual information to make informed consent. But medical doctors who vow to do no harm in the U.S. will. They will vow to mutilate your children on the basis of no science and not give you informed consent. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to start off saying I am one who believes strongly in personal responsibility when it comes to fiscal matters. I am saying that as someone who has gone greatly into debt for healthcare matters. But because we are going to look at it as a state as opening it up to taxpayer money for a once perceived elective procedure that we're now deeming as a medically necessary procedure, I just want to ask why government is picking winners and losers. I asked this on Friday, and I still can't wrap my mind why we're picking select groups saying, yes, this is now medically necessary, over other groups that are not. The example I want to bring up again, because I just can't wrap around, is a hysterectomy. A hysterectomy costs a certain amount of money, regardless of the reason. So how are we saying to ovarian cancer survivors, or those who are trying to survive from ovarian cancer, that no, yours is an elective procedure, but we're going to move and say transitioning people, this is now a medically necessary operation. It costs the same amount. I get one is a physical measure, one is a mental measure, but why are we picking and choosing instead of doing both? This is what I'm stuck on. I am stuck on picking winners and losers, and what we see medically fit for one is an essential, is an elective for another. And I am stuck on this. Let's move it to a breast cancer survivor who wants to feel gender affirming in her own body because she just lost her breast to breast cancer. But it's an elective procedure for her to go and get a breast surgery, but it's medically necessary for someone who's transitioning. The exact same procedure, we're picking as government winners and losers, where one woman can get it and woman cannot. This is what I'm getting stuck on. How can we say, most of us in this room are not medically trained, very few. How can we say and differentiate what an essential service is over an elective service for the exact same value mark and the exact same surgery? This is what I want to ask people is how can we say, again, to a burn patient, because you want to feel identified in your body as a male or female and you just went through a tragedy, yours is an elective to go and get those burn grafts fixed to look like you once did, but now it's a medical necessity for someone to go alter their face or other aspects. And I don't get how we can look at people and say, one has more value than the other. So I strongly urge a no vote because we as government should not be picking winners and losers. We should not be playing the doctor and saying what is medically fit for one is an elective for another. If we're going to open this up to taxpayer dollars, we need to do it equally to make sure we are affirming those who need the help most. This is why I'm a strong no vote today, and I urge you all to do the same so we are not picking patients over patients.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right. We have a lot of funding that's going on. And this bill is picking winners and losers. And I like what my colleague said just a few minutes ago. Now, I suppose she might come up here and say it again, stand beside me and say it again, but maybe not. A right is only a right if you're free to exercise it. And we do have a First Amendment right, and that First Amendment right I mean, we did, in the former free state of Colorado, have the right to speak our minds. And the people of Colorado have spoken. They do not want to be forced into endorsing, celebrating, promoting, funding something they don't believe in. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't believe that the individuals in question are lesser. I think our Constitution is pretty clear. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, or were, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, if you're allowed life. But all means all. Now, those rights come with responsibilities, because responsibility is the fundamental part of rights. If you don't exercise the responsibility, you can't really have rights. So it doesn't really matter the hair color or the garb. Everybody has that right. But what our Constitution also says is no protected status, no preferential treatment for status. Now, we can look at the prices of these things. Mental health, behavioral health care, $100 to $200 per session, $4,000 per year. Hormone replacement center system, $1,700 per year. Gando something or other, $18,000 per year. Hair removal, $5,000 to $5,000. Electrolysis, $4,500. Feminization surgery, $50,000. Average cost for eyelid modification, $7,000. So something about your eyelid changes your gender. Can somebody just say they want to be more pretty? Is that a new gender? FFS, appropriately. Face tightening, $5,000 to $15,000. Bone remodeling, $25,000. Cosmetic bone remodeling, $25,000. Paid for by the taxpayers. There's lots of people that would probably like to get bone remodeling, but you can only get it if you say it's for something gender related. Now, we don't really have a good idea what gender is. It's not defined. There's somewhere around 90 or 256. It depends on what day it is. We don't know what the pronouns are, but you'll go to jail for not using them. Rhinoplasty, $10,000. Chest augmentation, $12,000. Genital remodeling, I guess, $50,000. Voice therapy, $10,000. All preferential for certain individuals. Now, somebody said one of the things was for, I think it's called gynecomastia, whatever that is. And that's for a condition. I don't think it's covered in here, but it's also an indication of a problem. So instead of looking medically and seeing if there's a problem, like say with pesticides and the steroidal pesticides that we have in our foods, is that causing a problem? No, we're just going to start cutting things off, which is kind of in the opposite of the Hippocrates, do no harm. Now, he also said he'd give no abortifacients, but let's stick with do no harm. We're cutting off healthy body parts to put somebody into being a pharmacological experiment for the rest of their lives. And I say experiment, not in a derogatory manner, but in the manner of there are no knowns in this. There are no standards in this. Debiopath made up some standards. It's not a medical organization. Others cited Debiopath, and others cited the citation of Debiopath. It's all circular. There are no standards. So when you send somebody down this road, you are setting them up for a life of experimentation. Sometimes it turns out great, and I applaud that. I think that's fantastic. If somebody goes through this, I want them to live their best life, happy, 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 joy, joy. But I also looked at a Reddit site this weekend of over 50,000 people, and there's 50,000 people that are saying, I was lied to. I was lied to. And even Debiopath recognizes that 30% in climbing are not happy after a certain period of time. And So I have an obligation to those individuals as well. Now, when we put the state funding in this, and then we require other plans to fund this, this is a tax, by the way. This is a tax. This is the state imposing its will and saying for these companies to do it. Why are we doing it this way? Because it circumvents Tabor. But make no mistake, this is a tax. This is a cost that is imposed on the citizens by the state. That is called a tax. So usually enterprises and fees are the way to get around that. Now they just go to the insurance companies and say, you must do this, and therefore this is an entire tax. So it's just a very creative way to get into the pockets of Coloradans again. So we have preferential treatment, unconstitutional, right there. We have to tell somebody that they might be able to fund a surgery that's actually life-threatening, like a hysterectomy, not covered, but would be covered if they just signed on the paper and said something that they actually don't believe in. So, whether it adds significantly to the cost of a program or not, I guess you'd have to look at. These are very expensive procedures, and they're going to lead to other procedures and a lifelong set of procedures, possibly. Hopefully not, but possibly. Although with the bone density loss, that could be a relatively short life. So I don't know. Maybe that's the balance. I'm not advocating or hoping for that. But some of these things, when we get into that, when we get into the funding, there's a lot of funding that goes into this. 750, 50,000, 250,000, 200,000, 250,000, 200,000, 250,000, 100,000, 300,000, 100,000, 150,000, 250, 300, 200, 150, 400, 300, 200, 100, 100, 200, 175, 200, 200. So there's a lot of money that's going into this. But instead of finding out what's going wrong, what we're doing is we're just medicating it and cutting. We have a canary in the coal mine. And instead of listening and looking at what's going wrong, what is causing this with kids? We know that a lot of these procedures under the age of, for females, it's under the age of 20, usually along the lines of safety, not feeling safe. Well, that has a lot to do with the violent pornography that 063 advocates we keep in schools. The invasion of female spaces that this body advocates for. For males, it's usually in the later 20s, which generally comes after a continually escalating dependence on pornography, getting into violent pornography. It's just the truth. We could actually deal with the problem, but instead, we medicalize the problem. You create a tax and demand that the citizens of Colorado acquiesce to your. And I understand, and you say, well, we're the majority now, so we get to impose our will on the citizens of Colorado, but that, of course, is not supposed to be your role, the role to which you took an oath.
Representative DeGraff. You have 45 seconds remaining.
Is to support and defend the Constitution, not usurp and upend it.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to agree with my colleague on some of the aspects of where this goes completely over the line. And hearing from other colleagues and where the discussion came from in the committees, the fact of the matter is, as my colleague just said, as an adult, if you want to do something like this to yourself, do whatever makes you happy. But when we're involving kids, that's where we cross a line. That's kind of the point of no return. We talk a lot in this building about things that are happening in our schools, things that are happening with violence, things that are happening with mental health. all that we really need to do is address those things on the root level of mental health. I think we would fix a lot of those issues as they come to us in the schools, and it should completely involve the family. It should completely include the family. But what we are doing in all of these bills, especially the next one, they are all coming together in a way that it comes to light, like, oh, that's why that bill was passed, because now that incorporates into this bill. Every one of these, with these school protections and changing names and everything else in schools without parents' knowledge, it's all starting to make sense with a lot of these bills all of these bills that we're seeing today. But it's addressing kids. We're talking about kids, our most innocent, our prized possessions, our prized family members, the ones that we do anything and everything to protect. And here we are doing everything to divide those kids from their families. And in this bill, it's simply allowing that to happen where the parents are either involved or not. And with this bill tied into the next bill, we're talking about that simple thing. If somebody does, they're going to be penalized for it in some form or another, lose custody. But this bill in particular is just another way to do that, to drive that wedge. We can't be doing this with our kids. As an adult, do what you want to do, whatever makes you happy. But when we have kids going through confusing times with puberty and everything else, taking an extreme measure of doing everything that we can to confirm this ability to either mutilate themselves medically or hormonally, irreversibly, why are we so staunchly standing behind that? I can't see how anyone in the world, let alone this chamber, believes it's okay to bring our kids into this. When the amendment was overlooked or shot down to make it 18 and over, that's where it all just, the epiphany hits. Oh, okay. So the fact that we're not just making this about adults having the ability and the freedom and protection to do what they want, this protects people that want to do this to their kids. They have a whole life to live, and we're doing that, making that decision for them. We already know in this building, you're not smart enough to make those decisions for yourself from 18 to 21 or even up to 26 in a lot of cases in legislation that we see here. Yet they are able to decide that prepubescent. Unreal. So this is just another one of those things where as a whole, as a community, as a state, as a country, as our humanity, we need to be making sure we're on the right side of things moving forward, because this is not what we should be putting in our kids' heads. This is not what we should be doing to allow our kids to be mutilated either medically or hormonally. We should not be standing behind that. We should be standing up for our kids and getting the proper mental health care that they need to make sure they aren't going down a path where it could lead to suicide or otherwise making irreversible decisions on their body that who are we going to decide they're going to appreciate or completely regret and become suicidal later. It's happening now, but who knows, since it's happening now, what's going to be happening 10 or 20 years down the road. We need to, this is, in my opinion, the most careless way of going about this. Not being careful in the way that we're seeing things in our future. It's just kicking the door in and saying, let's see what happens. Totally unacceptable. I encourage a no vote.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of things that I'd like to follow up on from my colleague from Berthoud's comments. He said epiphany, and I thought, boy, that sure would be nice, if only that epiphany. That would be fantastic. There also, you talked a little bit about a roadmap, kind of talking about what happened, you know, the bill that comes up next, and I won't dive into it too much, but this almost does play out like a little bit of a four-part miniseries today, as far as the different pieces in the pieces that we're trying to get to. Either way, it's trailblazing. We're trying to, it feels to me like there is a overarching, not specific to this bill, but an overarching effort to be trailblazers into what a good friend of mine calls virtue preening, state virtue preening. We're so far out in front. What if we're wrong about some of this? What if we're wrong? I understand that there is an opportunity to be able to push policy through right now, given the math here. But I don't know that that's necessarily the default should be or default function of policymaking. I feel like we're also with this trying to legislate to a very small percentage. We're trying to legislate because we can, instead of legislating for something that is specifically a need. In 2016, I had to make sure that I let my colleague from Berthoud go first after my colleague from the math books, because the last thing I wanted to do was follow Dr. Math with math. So I get a little bit of a break, and perhaps I can slip in a little bit of math that I researched. In 2016, there were 4,552 gender-affirming surgeries in the United States, not Colorado, in the United States in 2016. 4,552. In 2019, that number rose to 13,011. 13,000 gender-affirming surgeries, of which there are 684, which is mind-numbing to me, in the United States. Now, old math, because now it must be a much higher amount, right? Well, actually, in 2020, that number declined. And I get it. We can talk COVID, and probably there weren't as many gender-affirming surgeries during that time because there weren't as many surgeries. But still, the data that I can find suggests that there was a reversal of a trend or fad to 12,818 in the year 2020. Nationwide, 12,000, less than 13. Let's call it 13. Let's round up. Let's play the math thing. 13,000 in 2020, nationwide. Well, how does that compare to the overall number of surgeries that were performed in the United States? Typically, there are 51 million surgical procedures each year in the United States. I didn't even break down the numbers for Colorado, because then at that point, I mean, already we're talking about a very minuscule number. 0.00025%. That's 2,500 thousandths of a percent. Dr. Math can check that for me in a little bit. That's nationwide. Nationwide. 0.000, let's call it 3. Let's round up because you take the 5 to the, make it 3. It's a tiny percentage to which we're trying to legislate, and my question is why? Because then you take the numbers in Colorado, and again, that is even more minuscule. Never did I hear, now granted, I live in kind of the ruby red area of Douglas County. I did win 100% of my precincts, not the vote. So of course, when I knock on doors in ruby red Douglas County, I'm not being told, hey, you need to go to the state capitol, and after you fix public safety, after you fix affordability, after you're done trying your best to defend Tabor, I need you to then try to support gender-affirming care. I'm not hearing that. And honestly, I question how much of that are any of us hearing. Because it feels like we're trying to legislate to the 2,500 thousandths. And I just don't know that that is an appropriate resource, appropriate expenditure of our time, of our resources. I didn't even get to the whole kids thing. Because everybody who spoke before me specifically about the exclusion, which I found to be very reasonable. Why wouldn't we just make it 18 years of age of older if we're gonna make sure that you can't buy ammunition until you're 21? Well, then by golly, I'd also just logically do the same thing with something that would be an irreversible surgery, because we did also try to amend that, and that failed. I had hoped that that would pass, but, you know, I can hope in one hand and spit in the other, and I'll see which one fills up first. I would like to think that we legislate for what is needed, not necessarily just a policy because we can. And I'll ask for a no on this particular bill. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I'd ask again, just to reflect on the reasons for your votes. This is another deeply complex issue that kind of touches on ethics and morals, but there's some broad themes to look at. But again, you know, pride, fear, hope, anger, those are all emotional reasons to vote for or against something. And I ask you to look at whether any of those are driving your potential vote, but I'd urge you to vote on the substance of the bill. We are in dire financial straits in this state, and moving forward, when we vote for things that cost money, we need to make sure that our priorities are straight. And I understand the intent behind the bill. Ensuring access to gender-affirming health care, it sounds innocuous. It sounds like it could be good for some people, and we want to do good for some people. We want to do good for all people from this chamber. But I'd ask you to just look at a couple of aspects of this bill when you're making your decision. What should concern all of us about it, regardless of our party, regardless of our life experience, and regardless of who we represent, are what I think are these three. First, the bill risks eroding parental rights. It does allow children to access life-altering medical treatments, like hormone therapy, without ensuring parental involvement. And again, regardless of party or who you represent, or what your life experience is, I think we all have to agree that parents should be involved in raising their children and helping them make difficult decisions. We restrict minors from getting tattoos or buying cigarettes. How can we justify letting them make decisions with permanent consequences to their bodies without being at the table with them, without allowing their parents to be at that table? So that was the first. The second, again, it's not been discussed a lot, but it is an aspect of the bill that I think is important. It exempts testosterone prescriptions from Colorado's prescription drug monitoring program. It was put there for a reason. The program exists to prevent misuse or overprescribing of controlled substances. By removing it from the system, we undermine the safeguards we rely on to protect public health and ensure responsible prescribing. We really, when considering legislation, I think it was mentioned by an earlier speaker, seek to do no harm, and that's one that could potentially do harm. And finally, the financial aspects. Again, well, it's framed as a healthcare mandate. We need to be honest about the financial impact. Expanding coverage for a broad range of elective procedures will increase insurance premiums on working families. Ensuring that we are not overtaxing, overburdening, overfeeing, adding to the cost of living for our families is something we should all be able to get behind. And healthcare is one of those things that is becoming rapidly more and more unaffordable. We heard some numbers. I I trust the math of the previous speaker that we're adding a tremendous amount of potential costs that will probably rarely be accessed, but it's going to require changing of every policy, changing of systems to track, changing of contracts, and there's going to be costs associated with that. We can all care deeply about supporting marginalized communities, but that support has to be balanced with thoughtful policy. You know, there are probably things that we could or should be doing in this chamber, but in a year where we should be focusing on trying to do everything we can to bring down the financial burdens on everybody in this state, strengthening our families, strengthening our economy, you know, providing more safety rather than less. I think this is just bad policy as written. So I'd ask you to vote no and protect our children, preserve the role of parents, and uphold our standards of safe and responsible health care, and keep working on this. We're the 75th General Assembly, about 150 years of legislating. There's a lot more decades of legislating to come. I think slowing down and not trying to do everything at once just because it makes you feel proud or it stops something you're fearing or gives you some hope you're doing better isn't the right way to approach legislation. So as written, the bill misses the mark, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's no surprise that I'm up here also in opposition to this bill for the reasons of the fiscal, because I'm fiscally conservative. This is going to raise, like a lot of my fellow colleagues here said, it's going to raise insurance premiums for people that are never going to use this. People that either because they have their own views on this issue, but now you're forcing them to pay higher premiums for somebody else that's doing it. I forgot what the percentage was nationwide of people that are actually going to be using this. It's very minuscule. Now it's at the state level is even more minuscule, like my fellow colleague said. It's making everybody else pay for the small amount of people that are going to be using this. Now, I don't understand how are these things medically necessary. Nose jobs, laser hair removal, lip lift, chin implants, those are all elective procedures. Now, we're going to force people to pay higher premiums for people to access these elective procedures. I don't understand how that's medically necessary. It's not. There's a lot of other elective procedures that are not covered. That's why they're called elective, because people that really want to use them have the power to use them if they pay for them. We cannot force other people to pay higher premiums to pay those amounts for the small amount of people who are going to be using it. In a time where people in Colorado are suffering and really having less and less money to pay for their essentials to live in this state, now we're going to have them pay more insurance premiums for other people. It brings me back to the time of when Obamacare started. I've heard stories of people paying for pregnancies and their insurances when they're 80 years old, not going to get pregnant again, for somebody else to get to go through a pregnancy. It kind of goes down that same line. This will increase insurance costs for everybody, make it unaffordable for those with cancer, diabetes, childhood diseases. So now we're putting these elective procedures above those procedures that are life-saving by having people pay more insurance premiums and possibly canceling their insurance because they can't afford to pay those higher insurance premiums. Possibly canceling their insurance and then having cancer, diabetes, childhood diseases come up and not having that insurance anymore because they couldn't afford it. It's really concerning that these procedures are being seen as medically necessary. They're not. They're elective. If you really want to do it, go ahead and do it. Make sure you pay for it yourself. Don't make other people pay for you. Another step forward, as I always been saying up here, towards a different outcome. In this case, the way I see it, a socialist outcome. I urge a no vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning, actually, good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
In section 1, subparagraph 1, of the 14 items that's identified, all of them, except for maybe one, are currently elective procedures. They're performed mostly in cosmetic surgeons, some facial trauma, but it's all generally what's called a fee for service. You go and you say, I want something changed because I don't like my appearance. You pay for that out of your pocket. Your insurance doesn't cover it. Some of these procedures go from a few $1,000s to many tens of thousands of dollars. When they are covered by insurance or in cases like cancer, when there's a trauma, major accident, workers' comp, you're injured at a job, when you have a major injury or a cancer treatment, a neck resection, things like that, then you will see a lot of these procedures that will be covered under that medical treatment for cancer to basically put your face back together, if you will. There's a lot of surgeries that can go on that can help you from injuries and trauma and cancer to help you look like you used to before you had the injury or before you had the cancer. Age is one of those things that a lot of people keep trying to cheat. They keep doing things to, quote, make them look younger, which is why cosmetic surgeons have a thriving business. That's why it's so profitable. That's also why it's a fee for service that's not covered under insurance. Because there's no justifiable medical reason for that aside from somebody wants to look differently. Aside from OBGYN, which is one of the most expensive when it comes to malpractice insurance, when you get into cosmetics and all the other facial treatments, that is one of the next highest categories for malpractice. And that's because 9 times out of 10, when people don't like the way they look like to start with, and they have a surgery like, well, that's not what I imagined, or that's not what I thought. Sometimes they're happy, but oftentimes they go, oh, I wish I just had this cheekbone a little different, or my nose looking different, or my breasts looking different, everything looking different. For whatever reasons, they're not happy with how they look, and often they just never will be. But they pay for that out of their pocket. We're now going to require this to be covered by insurance. And I find it very interesting. I mean, on the fiscal note, it says 0, yet you flip over on the second page, and it goes through lots of things, but it says, oh, in the closing sentence, if cost goes up, it says, it will be addressed through the budget process. That's the last sentence in the paragraph. It will be addressed through the budget process. Let me say that again. It will be addressed through the budget process. And what are we doing this week? We're doing the budget. We're going to find ourselves back here having to finance because things are underfinanced. They are underfunded. Last year, we had to reappropriate an extra $5 million to Denver Health. We keep putting 0 fiscal notes out there, and yet we have that catch-all phrase. It will be addressed through a future budget process. If at least 13 of these 14 procedures are currently elective, and you're going to now make them covered under insurance, how can you possibly sit there and tell me it doesn't cost anything? That's ludicrous. We are saying, because there's a catch-all phrase, it will be addressed through a future budget process. It is reasonable to expect that costs are going to go up. It is reasonable to expect that we are going to be back here in this legislative body in the budgeting process allocating more money to HCPF to fund these procedures. It will be very reasonable and expected that insurers will raise their premiums to their customers to cover for these cares that are right now paid for fee for service. When you shift, this body shifts the paying from a person to all of us and says you have to do it, there's a cost. That cost will be borne by the consumers of the insurance companies. Because I hope you certainly don't believe that the insurance company is just going to absorb it and go, I'll take it out of my profit margin, because that's not going to happen. They will pass the cost on. So we're dealing with malpractice insurance costs, we're dealing with elective procedures costs that are anywhere from thousands to tens of thousands. Budget costs, all of that's going to go back to whom? The consumer, the taxpayer. And we sit here with a zero fiscal note and yet a little catch-all that says, if it goes up in the future, we'll address it in the budget process. That's the catch-all phrase. Oh, we'll address it later down the line. We'll take care of it further down the road. We'll solve it in a future budgeting session. And in the end, it will still go to consumers. In the end, it will still go to the ratepayers. In the end, it will still go to the people that have to fork out that money to pay for everyone else that is currently under an elective program. These are elective procedures. And I do find it interesting when it talks about, it says, somebody deems that it's medically necessary. We've heard it argued, and I've lost count of the number of bills in committees, whether it's a legal issue, a health care issue, an education issue. One expert says this, another expert says that. Wow, go figure. There's competing viewpoints out there. But we're going to set up an entire fiscal budget and rules to the department or to the Commissioner for Insurance, because we're going to believe only one set of experts. We're going to know a host of data that's out there. Not even get into the parental rights issue that we're bypassing all of that. That neither makes fiscal sense, common sense, or anything else. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion? Rep. Luck?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Institutional pluralism. I subscribe to the idea of institutional pluralism, which at root means that I believe there are different institutions in our society tasked with performing different tasks needed to be performed within our society. Under that model, government really has no role to play in the healthcare space. It's actually the responsibility of other key institutions. And so I have an issue with the very paradigm of this bill, and others like it, that insert ourselves into the healthcare space. You want a more cohesive body politic? You allow the conversations like this to happen in a place not connected with the sword of the state, not connected with the power of government. But I dare say that that view of institutional pluralism is even more in the minority than the minority already is in this building. And so I will have to wait for another time, another age, when perhaps that particular model will be embraced. And we will no longer have these particular conversations because we will recognize that our role is more as a referee than as a player of the game. Needless to say, one of the mechanisms that is still somewhat allowed in our country and in our state is a free market as relates to healthcare. Not that I believe healthcare should actually be a part of a for-profit institution, but again, 10 minutes limits me in my expounding of institutional pluralism, so I'll move along. But again, that's part of our current model, and there is at least one, if not multiple, insurance companies that already provide this service. It's already available. So those folks who desire this in terms of the free market private insurance space could already pursue policies connected with it, thereby minimizing the amount of moral and social and spiritual and other conversations and conflicts that this bill points to but is not fully fleshing out. And I think all of those things are necessary to engage around, and unfortunately we only had 2 hours on Friday for these conversations, and so there wasn't time then even to flesh it out. But taking as given, as status quo, that one, government is in this space, two, free markets do have this as an option, I want to shift to something that does trouble me. Not because I embrace the premise, but because if people are going to embrace the premise of this bill, then it is curious to me that we're not clearly providing these services to those folks who decide to detransition. Why does this mandate only apply in one direction? There is a growing body of research that suggests that our young women, our young girls, middle school, high school, college, are increasingly caught up in a social contagion related to the transgender question. And that there's an increasing number of these girls who at one point started to transition or fully did transition and then decided, that's actually not for me, and shifted and desired to go back. If this body is going to embrace the premise of this bill, then the question to me is, why not treat both justly? Why not allow for this requirement to apply to both categories? It's my understanding that there were a number of detransitioners who came to committee and testified about how difficult it was to step out of the transition and reverse course. That society doesn't honor those folks, doesn't provide space for those folks, doesn't affirm those folks. The affirmation is only in one direction. That's my understanding, as I've listened to it be recounted to me from committee and elsewhere. Now, when we started the conversation about detransitioners, the bill sponsor said it is covered. But then as we asked more questions and had deeper conversations, it became confused. Is it not? And when we asked, can we clearly stipulate that these services are for this community as well, we were told no. We were told no. Why? Why? If an individual starts out believing that God got it wrong, that they were born a girl but they actually are a boy, and they start to transition, they start to engage in the hormones and the surgeries and all of those things, and then they come to the realization that, oh my goodness, maybe my 12 or 13-year-old self was a bit confused. That's not actually true, and I do want to be a woman. I do want to embrace the fullness of that. Why shouldn't the insurance companies, under this whole paradigm that has been created, why shouldn't they also cover the reversal? It's my understanding, and healthcare space, again, don't think that we should be in it. Don't know as much as I probably should about it, but my colleague has mentioned that there's not a proper code even for those treatments. There's not even a code in the medical codes of codes. We don't even give space with a number and letters. Why? People not allowed to change their mind? You can only do what we say is the right thing, but then if you decide that maybe you're not on board with that, you're not worth it anymore? These people do exist, and as I understand it, it's a growing population of people who started transitioning and now are detransitioning. Shouldn't they be aided too? I don't know. I don't know. To all of those people who are detransitioning, who have detransitioned, who are being told by society, by their current community or future or past community or all of the voices that they might listen to, that somehow what you're doing causes further rejection, a narrative that seems to be advanced by this bill.
Representative Lux, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just say to you, there are people who are supportive of you. There are a number of us as young kids who made foolish choices that impact our lives moving forward. If you're finding that that is how you characterize your decision as a young person, and no one else in your community is supporting you, I do encourage you to know that there are those who will, even if insurance is not forced to pay for it.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't remember exactly who it was that said earlier today, what if we get this wrong? That's what spurred me to want to come down here. What if we're wrong? And I would say that we've had thousands of years to be wrong about trans people, to be wrong about how we care for trans people. We've discriminated, we've murdered, we've ignored, we've hated, we've scorned, we've ridiculed, and we've denied health care for trans people. I say today, let's now do right by our fellow trans humans. Let's try accepting, loving, caring, learning about our trans family members, our trans friends, our trans community members. Let's try trusting the doctors who are experts in this field. I hope there are more of them to come. Let's try trusting the parents who are doing their very best to listen to their kids, to love their kids, protect their kids, and seek the health care that their kids need. I just think that we as a society have a lot to learn. And I think Colorado can be a leader in this space. We are a leader. And the people of Colorado are with us. Thank you for standing, colleagues. I say let's say yes. Let's say yes to 1309.
Representative Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Jefferson County, the good representative, for her leadership and the example that she sets every day in this chamber. This bill certainly would not be possible without her. Healthcare is a right, not a privilege. Everyone, regardless of their gender, deserves access to the care that is right for them. Our state has been a leader in health equity, and our state makes sure that we have access to gender-affirming care that saves lives and saves everyone money. Independent actuarial analyses have indicated that this bill and the benefits from it will not increase costs in the individual or the small group market, and will only increase costs in the large group market by 0.01%. But we know that denying gender-affirming care costs healthcare systems an additional $23,619 per transgender individual over 10 years because of increased mental health crises, ER visits, and hospitalizations. Gender-affirming care reduces suicide risk by 73% and psychological distress by 39%, leading to fewer psychiatric hospitalizations. It cuts the rate of suicide attempts from 30% to 8%. This is medically necessary, life-saving care. But I want to talk a little bit about the people in my community. Over the last several months, trans folks and their loved ones in my community have come up to me terrified. They are terrified that they or their loved one won't have access to the life-saving care that they need. When I mentioned this bill to them, they broke down in tears. They were so relieved that we were working to protect their coverage and care here in Colorado. I am so grateful for the dozens of people who testified and have wrote in and supported this bill. You know, I think that some folks believe that the government should be just small enough to fit inside your bedroom or inside your doctor's office. I don't believe that. I believe that healthcare decisions should be made by patients, their families, and their doctors, not by politicians. This bill enshrines medical care for transgender people into state law. Medical care that is evidence-based, that is medically necessary, and is recommended by every major medical association. I ask for an aye vote because all Coloradans deserve access to life-saving care. Thank you.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to first respond to a few things I heard from my colleagues, the false claims about gender-affirming care for minors again, and the attempt to redefine what medical best practice is, I would encourage you again to look up and talk to a doctor about what it is and what it is not, because what I've heard from my colleagues on the right, again, is not what it is. That rhetoric is fear-mongering and nothing more. The claim that the procedures are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, the fact is that trans people, the vast majority of trans folks, don't even get the vast majority of those things. These claims are guised in extremes, which is a tactic to continue to make trans people a burden to the healthcare system, which we are not. I do want to thank my colleague from Boulder County for working with me on this bill, and everyone who helped on this policy and testified on the bill. Thank you for standing up for human rights. Thank you for standing up for constituents' rights and for my rights. This bill isn't just policy, it's personal. It's about the right to exist, the right to thrive, the right to health care, and it's a right that should never be up for debate. Health care for trans folks is a covered benefit already in Colorado, but this bill solidifies that benefit. It puts down in black and white that health care plans can't just deny or limit medically necessary health care. We're putting this in a statute that is critically important health care for our valued community who deserves recognition and affirmation. This kind of care is for those who require it, makes a person whole. As you've heard here today, I have, and you've probably heard from other politicians and pundits and conservative-leaning news outlets, there is immense hostility towards trans people. And it's done by spreading tropes, misinformation, and flat-out lies. The rise in hostility over the last few years has been egregious, but it's not for any legitimate person other than to create an enemy out of an unfamiliar group to rally against. But this kind of attack is not new. It is actually a repeat of past attempts. The arrival of European colonizers and their heteropatriarchal views significantly led to the erasure of two-spirit indigenous Americans. Colonizers used violence, including rape, and imposed their gender norms through re-education, such as boarding schools where indigenous children were punished for not conforming to European gender roles. They also introduced derogatory terms to negatively label two-spirit people. Consequently, these imposed ideals were internalized by some indigenous communities, leading to the oppression and shunning of two-spirit individuals and the rewriting of creation stories to portray them negatively. This historic oppression contributes to the ongoing struggle of two-spirit people against the myth that they never existed or were never accepted. The Nazis actively sought the eradication of individuals and ideas that deviated from their ideal white, cisgender, and heterosexual masculinity. This led by the erasure of trans identities by targeting the Institute for Sexual Research in Berlin, the first trans clinic. In May 1933, the Nazis raided the institute, confiscating and subsequently burning over 20,000 books from the immense library, which included critical historic documentation for nonconforming individuals and the protocols for early gender-affirming surgeries. And let's go more recently to the Lavender Scare, a dark chapter in the mid-20th century American history. It was a systematic campaign of persecution targeting LGBTQ+ individuals, with the U.S. federal government running parallel to the Red Scare anti-communist fervor. This campaign, however, extended beyond those perceived as homosexual, also casting a wide net to include transgender and nonconforming people. This led to a widespread loss of employment through Executive Order 10450, signed by President Eisenhower in 1953, which provided a legal framework for the discriminatory actions authorizing investigations and dismissal based on perceived security risks, which included sexual perversion. You've heard that trope. The lavender scare's impact was profound, creating a climate of fear and secrecy that forced many LGBTQ people back, including those who were gender variant, to conceal their true identities. This historical period underscores the profound vulnerability of gender variant individuals to discrimination and persecution, highlighting the enduring consequences of prejudice and the importance of ongoing efforts to protect the rights and dignity of all people. From the forced assimilation of two-spirit people to the Nazi destruction of trans-affirming resources, the message is clear. Those who seek to control others begin by erasing their identities. These historic acts of erasure weren't isolated incidents. They were a blueprint for the very tactics we see deployed against the trans people today. The truth, as some would like to dismiss, is that history repeats itself. These reminders are not just anecdotes, they are warnings. All of these past events have served to suppress and oppress gender-reverse identities. When someone asks, why there were suddenly so many trans people now, it's because the barriers to our freedom have been torn down. People are finally able to be free, to be themselves, and that is a victory for all. But freedom is fragile. The very reason it's so easy to mislead the public against us is because we're a small minority, and we are intentionally misunderstood. We must not allow the hate mongers to win. Recent polling, published in March of this year, reveals why there is such an urgency to pour so much vitriol on the trans community. When asked the question, do you personally know someone who's transgender? 29% of people out of over 1,600 U.S. adults surveyed said yes. That's less than 1 out of 3 people know a trans person. Only 20% knew a non-binary person. Comparatively, 62% knew someone gay, 55% knew a lesbian. Question after question was asked. The responses overall said that supporting trans people was higher when you knew a trans person. When participants were asked whether families should have the ability to make the decisions for trans people and not have the government get involved, 55% of all participants said yes, that families and doctors should make the decisions. Out of the adults who knew someone who was trans, 65% compared to those who didn't, 52%. This is no coincidence. Conservative activists have been yelling in the echo chamber and profiting off of demeaning trans people. The influencers and YouTubers have been making millions, peddling the same tropes being repeated in this chamber and other state legislatures. YouTube cut off a prominent transphobe who was making over $100,000 a month defaming and demonizing trans people. Destroying trans people has become a business, and it's no wonder why it's gotten so popular with the conservative media and the Republican platform.
Representative Titone. Members, please do not speak from the floor. Representative Titone, I will ask you to get back to the bill. As I have with others speaking today, we have provided latitude. Thank you. Representative Titone.
Thank you. We need this bill because gender diverse people are concerned about losing their access to health care. And we don't want the government to get in the way. We want people to know that we support trans and gender non-conforming citizens. Ultimately, passing this bill sends a powerful message. It says that Colorado values all its residents and are committed to protecting their access to necessary health care. It says that we see you, that we support you, and that we will do what we can to ensure you can live a full and healthy life. In the face of potential federal setbacks, this bill isn't just important, it's vitally important that for the well-being and security of transgender community. I want to conclude today with a quote from the past Dean of Graduate School of Business Administration from Clark Atlantic University, Dr. Roosevelt Thomas Jr., who said, "It is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize accept, and celebrate those differences. And today I stand on the right side of history, and I implore you to vote yes with me and have Colorado remain a beacon of hope for the trans community across the nation.
The House will stand in a brief recess.
The House will come back to order. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I had absolutely no intention to speak on this today because I understand what you're trying to do, but to be told that I'm either white nationalists or impugn Republicans, talk about Nazi Germany, which is literally what my whole family went through during World War II, what are you doing?
Representative Weinberg, as I stated to the last member who spoke, I was providing latitude. I have allowed that for members of both parties in referencing historical issues that have led to the circumstance we face today. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is telling me what to do. You want to come in here and give us on a Sunday of all days where nobody's paying attention, I am not going to be lectured to, especially with what I feel like I've been very fair to every single one of you.
Representative Weinberg, this feels more like a conversation about how we are proceeding with our floor at the moment. I'm happy to speak with you offline. If you would like to speak to the bill, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is egregious, and you've got it wrong. Making comparisons to such atrocities, this bill comes nowhere near it. This bill, while we have so many more important problems in the state, that we could fix together today. This bill is a problem. This bill hits at the core of what Colorado, the majority in all of your districts, are not thinking about. Not one person on my side of the aisle with regards to this bill has infringed on any transgender rights. Not one of us. And to this bill, trying to classify us as having done so is wrong. This bill is not right for the state. It's not ready. You're not listening to your constituents. And trying to throw us under the bus every 5 seconds is not going to help. Vote no on this bill.
Representative DeGraff. Again, one moment, please. I will lift up my colleagues' comments earlier that we do allow, as is custom and practice, for bill sponsors to be the final voices on a bill. Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 39 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's obviously a lot that we need to go over on this bill, because there's obviously a lot of misunderstanding on this bill and demanding that certain people violate other rights, and then I move that we lay this bill over until July 4, 2025.
The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Garcia, the motion before us is to lay over House Bill 1309 until July 4th. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this motion. I rise in opposition to this motion because, hey, good to see you.
Likewise.
I rise in opposition to this motion because the only right thing to do here is see a bill through to a vote. When we motion a bill to a further date after the legislative session has ended, it robs our constituents of the opportunity to see how we would have voted on a bill. It
allows us, as duly elected representatives of the state, a pass of doing our jobs. A bill has been brought forward to codify into state law access to gender-affirming care. And it is our obligation as legislators to take a vote. Every single person in this room can either push the green button or the red button. But we have an obligation to vote on every policy that comes before us, whether we agree with it or not. And our constituents have the right to know how we would have voted. Our constituents expect that of us, to vote on policies that come through this chamber. That is why we are elected. We are elected to vote on policy. I strongly urge everyone in this room who takes their oath seriously to vote no on this motion. It is not okay for us to kick the can down the road on something that some might find controversial. It is not okay for us to avoid doing our jobs. I can also understand why the right side of the aisle would ask for this. This is a tool in the toolkit of which they're exercising. And yet, we also have an opportunity to say, you know what? Not this time. Let's bring this vote forward. Please, please vote no on this motion.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on the motion to lay House Bill 1309 over until July 4th, 2025, and on third reading and final passage of House Bill 1309, shall the main question be now put?
Members, there is a request for the bill to be read at length. It came in the middle of a motion. I will allow this motion to proceed, and then we will read the bill at length. Thank you. Members, an affirmative vote on the motion before us ends any further debate on the motion before the House. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is a yes by a majority of those elected, then we will immediately vote on the underlying motion before us, which is the motion to lay over House Bill 1309 until July 4th, 2025. We are going to have to, Madam Majority Leader, would you withdraw your motion? I will ask respectfully, and since we do have the bill to be read at length, will you just make the motion for House Rule 16 on the motion that is currently before us?
Madam Speaker, I motion
Withdraw your
to
first
withdraw
motion.
my motion pursuant to House Rule 16.
And then go ahead and move for the immediate motion for the question to be put.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on the motion to lay over House Bill 1309 until July 4th, 2025.
Thank you.
Now shall the main question now be put?
Thank you. An affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate. Then we will immediately vote on the underlying motion before us should the vote on this question pass. The question before us is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote? Representative English, you are on mute. We will come back to you. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Valdez?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote? Representative Wilford signifies a yes with a thumbs up. Representative English, how do you vote? Representative English is excused. Representative Byrd is excused. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 21 no, and 5 excused, the motion is adopted. The question before us is the motion to lay over House Bill 25-1309 until July 4th, 2025. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Rootnell votes no. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sirota votes no. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Valdez votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Wilford votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 40 no, and 5 excused, the motion to lay over the bill until July 4th fails. Members, the bill has been requested to be read at length. We will proceed with that now.
A bill for an act. 101 concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health. 102 care. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lege.colorado.gov. Under current law, health benefit insurance plans, health benefit plans, include coverage for gender-affirming health care as part of individual and group health benefit plans. Gender-affirming health care is defined in the bill as supplies, care, and services of a medical, behavioral health, mental health, psychiatric, habilitative, surgical, therapeutic, diagnostic, preventive, rehabilitative, or supportive nature. House second reading unamended April 4, 2025. House sponsorship Brown and Titten, Bacon, Clifford, Duran, Froelich, Garcia, Gilchrist, Hamrick, Joseph, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstedt, Mabry, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Rudnell, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Stewart K., Stewart R., Story, Valdez, Velasco, Wilford, Woodrow, Zokai. Senate sponsorship Cutter and Gonzalez J. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Relating to the treatment of gender dysphoria, gender-affirming health care. The bill codifies gender-affirming health care treatments in statute and prohibits a health benefit plan from denying or limiting medically necessary gender-affirming health care, as determined and prescribed by a physical or behavioral health care provider, healthcare provider. In addition, the bill exempts prescriptions for testosterone from the tracking requirements of the Prescription Drug Use Monitoring Program and blocks archived records from view. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 10-16-104, add, 29, 3 as follows, 410-16-104. Mandatory coverage provisions, definitions, rules 5, applicability. 29, gender-affirming health care, rules, definitions. 6, as used in this subsection, 29, unless the context otherwise 7 requires. 8, gender-affirming health care means all supplies, 9 care, and services of a medical, behavioral health, mental 10 health, psychiatric, habilitative, surgical, therapeutic, 11 diagnostic, preventive, rehabilitative, or supportive nature 12 relating to the treatment of gender dysphoria. 13, gender-affirming health care includes the following, or any 14 combination of the following. 15, hormone therapy. 16, blepharoplasty, eye and lid. 17, face, forehead, or neck skin tightening. 18, facial bone remodeling. 19, genioplasty. 20, rhytidectomy for the cheek, chin, or neck. 21, G, cheek, chin, or nose implants. Dash 2, 1309. 1, H, lip lift or augmentation. 2, I, mandibular angle augmentation, creation, or 3, reduction. 4, J, orbital recontouring. 5, K, rhinoplasty. 6, L, laser or electrolysis hair removal. 7, M, breast or chest augmentation, reduction, or 8, construction. And 9, N, genital and non-genital surgical procedures. 10, 2, medically necessary, means a physical or behavioral. 11, healthcare provider has determined that the prescribed 12 gender-affirming healthcare is necessary for the treatment of 13 gender dysphoria. 14, B, subject to the requirements set forth in subsection 15, 29, D, of this section, all health benefit plans issued or renewed. 16, I, and the state shall provide coverage for gender-affirming health. 17, care. The health benefit plan must provide the coverage. 18, regardless of the covered person's sex or gender. 19, C, the commissioner shall adopt rules consistent with 20 and as necessary to implement this subsection. 29. 21, D, a health benefit plan shall not deny or limit. 22, gender-affirming healthcare, that is. 23, I, medically necessary, as determined by the physical or 24, behavioral healthcare provider who prescribes the 25 gender-affirming healthcare, and 26, 2, prescribed in accordance with generally accepted 27 standards of care for the profession. Dash 3, 1309. 1, Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-280-403, add 2, 1.5, as follows, 312-280-403. Prescription Drug Use Monitoring Program, for registration required, applications, rules, appropriation. 1.5, the 5 requirements of this section do not apply to a prescription for 6-testosterone. The division shall block archived testosterone 7 prescriptions from view. 8, Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-280-404, amend 9, 2, C, as follows, 1012-280-404. Program operation, access, rules, definitions. 11, 2, C, I, except A as provided in subsection 2, C, 2, of this 12 section, the program shall track all controlled substances dispensed in 13 this state. Each pharmacy shall upload all controlled substances dispensed 14 in each pharmacy in accordance with all applicable reporting 15 requirements. 16, 2, the requirements of this section do not apply to a 17 prescription for testosterone. The division shall block archived 18 testosterone prescriptions from view. 19, Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds. 20, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 21, preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for 22, the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 23 institutions. Dash 4, 1309.
The House will stand in a brief recess.
The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on passage of House Bill 1309 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
Members, an affirmative vote on the motion ends any further debate on the issue before the House. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is a yes by a majority of those elected, then we will immediately vote on the underlying issue before us, which is the passage of House Bill 1309. The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. With 39 aye, 21 no, and 5 excused, the motion is adopted. The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1309 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 20 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1309 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, it is 2:35. We are going to take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 2:45. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Members, we are on third reading. I will invite you all to take your seats. I apologize for the delay. We were having technical difficulties with our Zoom links for those who are participating remotely. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1312.
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Garcia and Stewart R., also Senators Winter and Colker, concerning legal protections for transgender individuals.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on passage of House Bill 1312 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
One moment. Members, please do not speak from your seats. There is a motion before us. Madam Majority Leader, I will invite you to withdraw your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw my motion. And Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1312 on third reading and final passage.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on passage of House Bill 1312 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
Representative Weinberg, if you will please make your request into the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, because of the actions today, I would request that this bill be read at length, and every other bill after this.
There is a request for the bill to be read at length.
House Committees, Senate Committees, Judiciary. A bill for an act. 101 concerning legal protections for transgender individuals. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Section 1 of the bill creates the Kelly Loving Act. Section 2 provides that, when making child custody decisions and determining the best interests of a child for purposes of parenting time, a court shall consider dead naming, misgendering, or threatening to publish material related to an individual's gender-affirming healthcare services as types of coercive control. A court shall consider reports of coercive control when determining the allocation of parental responsibilities in accordance with the best interests of the child. House. Amended second reading April 4, 2025. House sponsorship Garcia and Stewart R. Senate sponsorship Winter F. and Coker. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Section 3 prohibits a Colorado court from applying or giving any force or effect to another state's law that authorizes a state agency to remove a child from the child's parent or guardian because the parent or guardian allowed the child to receive gender-affirming healthcare services. Section 4 provides that, if a local education provider, an educator, or a contractor chooses to enact or enforce a policy related to chosen names, that policy must be to make the policy inclusive of all reasons that a student might adopt a chosen name that differs from the student's legal name. Sections 5 and 6 provide that a dress code adopted or implemented by a local education provider must not create or enforce any rules based on gender and must allow each student to abide by any variation of the dress code. Section 7 provides that, when an individual is required to provide their name through a form administered by a public entity, the form must include an option to provide the individual's legal name and chosen name. If the individual provides a chosen name that is different from the individual's legal name, the chosen name must be used on all subsequent forms administered by the public entity. Sections 8 and 9 define dead naming and misgendering as discriminatory acts in the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act, and prohibit these discriminatory acts in places of public accommodation. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Short title. The short title of this act is the Kelly 3 Loving Act. 4. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 14-10-124, amend. 5, 1.3, A, 8, 1.3, A, X, 1.3, A, 11, and 1.5, A, 3.5, and add 6, 1.3, A, 12, as follows. 714-10-124. Best Interests of the Child, Legislative Declaration. 8. Definitions. 1.3, Definitions. For purposes of this section and section. 914-10-129, 2, C, unless the context otherwise requires. 10a. Coercive control means a pattern of threatening, humiliating, 11 or intimidating actions, including assaults or other abuse, that is used to 12 harm, punish, or frighten an individual. Coercive control includes a -2, 1312. 1 pattern of behavior that takes away the individual's liberty or freedom and 2 strips away the individual's sense of self, including the individual's bodily 3 integrity and human rights. Coercive control includes isolating the 4 individual from support, exploiting the individual, depriving the 5 individual of independence, and regulating the individual's everyday 6 behavior. Coercive control includes, but is not limited to, any of the 7 following. 8. Threatening to publish the individual's, or the individual's 9 child's or relatives, sensitive personal information, including sexually 10 explicit material or material related to gender-affirming 11 healthcare services, as defined in Section 12-30-121, 1c. Or 12 make reports to the police or authorities. 13. Threatening the individual, or the individual's child or 14 relative, with deportation. Or contacting authorities based on perceived or 15. Actual immigration status, withholding essential documents required for 16. Immigration, or threatening to withdraw or interfere with an active 17. Immigration application or process, or 18. 11. Forcing the individual, or the individual's child or relative, 19. To take part in criminal activities or child abuse, or 20. 12. Dead naming or misgendering, as those terms are 21 defined in Section 24-34-301. The individual or the individual's 22 child or relative. 23. 1.5. Allocation of parental responsibilities. The court shall 24 determine the allocation of parental responsibilities, including parenting 25 time and decision-making responsibilities, in accordance with the best 26 interests of the child, giving paramount consideration to the child's safety 27 and the physical, mental, and emotional conditions and needs of the child. 3. 13-12. 1 as follows. 2a. Determination of parenting time. The court, upon the motion 3 of either party or upon its own motion, may make provisions for parenting for time that the court finds are in the best interests of the child, with the 5 child safety always paramount, unless the court finds, after a hearing, 6 that parenting time by the party would endanger the child's physical health 7 or significantly impair the child's emotional development. In addition to 8 a finding that parenting time would endanger the child's physical health 9 or significantly impair the child's emotional development, in any order 10 imposing or continuing a parenting time restriction, the court shall 11 enumerate the specific factual findings supporting the restriction, 12 including findings related to domestic violence, child abuse, and child 13 sexual abuse, and may enumerate the conditions that the restricted party 14 could fulfill in order to seek modification in the parenting plan. When a 15 claim of child abuse or neglect, domestic violence, or sexual assault. 16 where there is also a claim that the child was conceived as a result of the 17 sexual assault has been made to the court, or the court has reason to 18 believe that a party has committed child abuse or neglect, domestic 19 violence, or sexual assault where there is also a claim that the child was 20 conceived as a result of the sexual assault, prior to determining parenting 21 time. The court shall follow the provisions of subsection 4 of this 22 section. In determining the best interests of the child for purposes of 23 parenting time, the court shall consider all relevant factors, including 24, 3.5, any report related to domestic violence or coercive 25 control that is submitted to the court by a child and family investigator, 26 if one is appointed pursuant to Section 14-10-116.5, a professional 27 parental responsibilities evaluator, if one is appointed pursuant to Section 4, 13-12. 114-10-127, or a legal representative of the child, if one is appointed to pursuant to Section 14-10-116. The court may consider other testimony 3 regarding domestic violence from the parties, experts, therapists for any 4 parent or child, the Department of Human Services, parenting time 5 supervisors, school personnel, or other lay witnesses. 6 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 19-3-220 as 7 follows, 819-3-220. Other states' removal laws relating to 9 gender-affirming healthcare services, when unenforceable. 1. IT 10 IS against the public policy of this state for the law of another 11 state TO authorize or require a state agency TO remove a child 12 from the child's parent or guardian because the parent or 13 guardian assisted the child in obtaining gender-affirming 14 healthcare services, as defined in Section 12-30-121, 1c. 15. 2. A court shall not apply another state's law as 16 described in subsection 1 of this section to a case or 17 controversy heard in Colorado court. 18. 3. The court shall not give any force or effect to any 19 foreign judgment issued in connection with the removal of a 20 child because the child's parent or guardian assisted the child 21 in obtaining gender-affirming healthcare services in this state. 22. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 22-1-145.5 as 23 follows, 2422-1-145.5. Policies related to chosen names, definition. 25. 1. As used in this section, local education provider means a 26 school district, a charter school authorized by a school 27 district pursuant to Part 1 of Article 30.5 of this Title 22, A. 5, 13-12. 1 charter school authorized by the State Charter School 2 Institute pursuant to Part 5 of Article 30.5 of this Title 22, or a 3 Board of Cooperative Services created and operating pursuant 4 to Article 5 of this Title 22 that operates 1 or more public 5 schools, or a facility school approved pursuant to Section 622-2-407. 7. 2. If a local education provider or its employees, an 8 educator, or a contractor, as defined in Section 22-1-143, 9 chooses to enact or enforce a policy related to chosen names, 10 that policy must be inclusive of all reasons that a student 11 might adopt a chosen name that differs from the student's legal 12 name. 13. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 22-1-148 as 14 follows, 1522-1-148. Student access to dress code variations. Address 16 code adopted or implemented by a local education provider, as 17 defined in Section 22-1-145, must allow each student to choose 18 from any of the options provided in the dress code. 19 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-32-109.1, amend. 22A, I, introductory portion and 2A, I, J, as follows, 21-22-32-109.1. Board of Education, Specific Powers and Duties 22, Safe School Plan, Conduct and Discipline Code, Safe School Reporting 23 Requirements, School Response Framework, School Resource Officers 24, Definitions. 2. Safe School Plan. To provide a learning environment 25 that is safe, conducive to the learning process, and free from unnecessary 26 disruption, each school district board of education or institute charter 27 school board for a charter school authorized by the Charter School Institute. -6, 1312. 1 shall, following consultation with the School District Accountability 2 Committee and School Accountability Committees, parents, teachers, 3 administrators, students, student councils where available, and, where appropriate, the community at large, adopt and implement a Safe School 5 plan, or review and revise, as necessary in response to any relevant data 6 collected by the school district, any existing plans or policies already in 7 effect. In addition to the aforementioned parties, each School District 8 Board of Education, in adopting and implementing its Safe School Plan, may 9th consult with victims advocacy organizations, school psychologists, 10 local law enforcement, and community partners. The plan, at a minimum, 11 must include the following: 12A, Conduct and Discipline Code. 1. A concisely written Conduct 13 and Discipline Code that must be enforced uniformly, fairly, and 14 consistently for all students. Copies of the code must be provided. 15 to each student upon enrollment at the preschool, elementary, middle, and 16 high school levels and be posted or kept on file at each public school in 17 the school district. The school district shall take reasonable measures to 18 ensure that each student of each public school in the school district is 19 familiar with the code. The code must include, but need not be limited to, 20J, a dress code policy that prohibits students from wearing 21 apparel that is deemed disruptive to the classroom environment or to the 22 maintenance of a safe and orderly school. The dress code policy may 23rd require students to wear a school uniform or may establish minimum 24 standards of dress, but must not create or enforce any rules based 25 on gender, and must allow each student to abide by any 26 variation of the dress code. 27. -7, 1312. 1 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-34-301, add 3.5, 2, 5.5, and 14.5, as follows, 324-34-301. Definitions. As used in Parts 3 to 10 of this Article 34, for unless the context otherwise requires, 5, 3.5, chosen name means a name that an individual 6 requests to be known as to reflect the individual's gender 7 identity or gender expression. 8, 5.5, a, dead name means to purposefully, and with the 9 intent to disregard the individual's gender identity or gender 10 expression, refer to an individual by their birth name rather 11 than their chosen name. 12, b, for purposes of this subsection, 5.5, repeatedly 13 referring to an individual using their dead name while on notice 14 of their chosen name is evidence of the intent required by this 15 subsection, 5.5. 16, 14.5, a, misgender means to purposefully, and with the 17 intent to disregard the individual's gender identity or gender 18 expression, refer to an individual using an honorific or pronoun. 19 that conflicts with the individual's gender identity or gender. 20 expression. 21, b, for purposes of this subsection, 14.5, repeatedly 22 referring to an individual using an honorific or pronoun that 23 conflicts with the individual's gender identity or gender 24 expression while on notice that said honorific or pronoun 25 conflicts with the individual's gender identity or gender 26 expression is evidence of the intent required by subsection 27, 14.5, a, of this section. -8, 1312. 1 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-34-601, add 6, 2 as follows, 324-34-601. Discrimination in places of public accommodation for, definition. 6a, it is a discriminatory practice and unlawful 5.2, with specific intent to discriminate, publish materials that 6 dead name or misgender an individual. 7b, for purposes of this subsection, 6, the refusal of a8 PRE publication request for the publisher to use an individual's 9 chosen name, honorifics, or pronouns can serve as evidence of 10 the intent required by subsection 6a of this section. 11c, this subsection 6 does not prevent a public entity 12 from using an individual's legal name when required to do so by 13 law to ensure that the identity of the individual can be verified 14 or that other information pertaining to the individual that is 15 needed for legal or other legitimate public purposes can be 16 obtained. 17 Section 9. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds. 18 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate. 19 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 20 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 21 institutions. -9, 1312.
The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader. Let's restate our motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on passage of Senate Bill 13, House Bill. Let me just start over. Just give me a second here. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on passage of House Bill 1309 on third reading. 1312. It's been a long day. Shall the main question be now put?
The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Tatone votes yes. Representative Rutenell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutenell votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote? Sorry. Representative
Yes
Sirota.
again?
Yes, sorry. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
Still yes.
Representative Tatone votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks is excused. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 20 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1312 is adopted. Sorry. Forgive me, folks. Habit. The previous question is adopted. Madam Majority Leader. The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1312. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Tatone votes yes. Representative Rutenell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rutenell votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote? Representative Wilford, how do you vote? Representative Wilford is excused. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 20 no, and 8 excused, House Bill 1312 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Tatone, Sirota, Valdez, co-sponsor. Representative Leader, co-sponsors. Representative Wilford, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 129.
Senate Bill 129 by Senators Cutter and Winter, also Representatives Joseph and McCormick, concerning protections related to illegally protected healthcare activity.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 129 on third reading and final passage.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion on passage of Senate Bill 129 on third reading. Shall the main question be now put?
The question before Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As promised, fellow colleagues, I request that this bill be read at length.
The bill will be read at length.
First regular session 75th General Assembly State of Colorado revised. This version includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the second House LLSNO 25 to 647.01 Shelby Ross X 4510 Senate Bill 25 to 129. Senate Committees House Committees Judiciary A Bill for an Act 101 concerning protections related to illegally protected 102 healthcare activity Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lege.colorado.gov. The bill clarifies that requirements for out-of-state telehealth providers do not alter or limit the rights and protections afforded to a person concerning a legally protected healthcare activity. Current law requires a prescription drug label to include the name of the prescribing practitioner. At the practitioner's request, the bill authorizes a prescription label for mifepristone, misoprostol, and the House amended second reading April 4, 2025. Senate third reading unamended February 24, 2025. Senate amended second reading February 21, 2025. Senate sponsorship Cutter and Winter F, Amabel, Ball, Bridges, Danielson, Doherty, Gonzalez J, Hinrichsen, Jode, Kipp, Coker, Marchman, Michelson Jennett, Rodriguez, Snyder, Sullivan, Weissman, Coleman, Exum, Mullica, Roberts. House sponsorship Joseph and McCormick, Bacon, Bosnecker, Brown, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, Espinoza, Froelich, Garcia, Gilchrist, Hamrick, Leader, Lindstedt, Lukens, Mabry, Martinez, Ryden, Smith, Stewart K., Stewart R., Story, Titten, Valdez, Velasco, Wilford, Woodrow, Zokai. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Generic alternatives to those prescriptions to include only the name of the prescribing healthcare practice instead of the name of the practitioner. The bill requires any person requesting a subpoena to affirm under penalty of perjury that the subpoena is not related to, and any information obtained will not be used in, any investigation or proceeding that seeks to impose civil or criminal liability or professional sanctions against a person or entity that engaged in or attempted or intended to engage in a legally protected healthcare activity or who provided insurance coverage for gender-affirming healthcare services or reproductive healthcare, or is related to such an investigation or proceeding, but the investigation or proceeding is brought under tort law or contract law by the person who engaged in or attempted or intended to engage in a legally protected healthcare activity, gender-affirming healthcare services, or reproductive healthcare, and is actionable in an equivalent or similar manner under Colorado law. The bill prohibits any person residing in Colorado, or partnership, corporation, trust, or limited liability company that is located, headquartered, or has its principal place of business in Colorado, Colorado business, from responding to a civil, criminal, regulatory, or administrative inquiry, investigation, subpoena, or summons concerning an individual who engaged in or attempted or intended to engage in a legally protected healthcare activity or concerning an entity that provides insurance coverage for gender-affirming healthcare services or reproductive health care. A person or Colorado business may respond to an inquiry, investigation, subpoena, or summons after certain conditions are met. If a person or entity brings an out-of-state civil or criminal action, or attempts to enforce any order or judgment issued in connection with an action, against another person or entity for engaging in or attempting or intending to engage in a legally protected healthcare activity or for providing insurance coverage for gender-affirming healthcare services or reproductive health care, the person or entity subject to the out-of-state civil or criminal action has a private right of action against the person or entity and may institute a civil action in district court within 3 years after the date of the alleged violation. Current law authorizes a private person to arrest a person without a warrant upon reasonable information that the person is charged in another state with a crime punishable by death or imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year. The bill creates an exception if the person is charged in another state for engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity in Colorado. -2, 129. Current law prohibits a public agency from expending government resources or providing information or data in furtherance of any out-of-state investigation or proceeding seeking to impose civil or criminal liability or professional sanction upon a person or entity for engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity. The bill expands the prohibition to public entities, which includes state and local governments. The bill grants the Attorney General the authority to enforce the provisions of the bill. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-30-124, add, 16, 3 as follows, for 12-30-124. Out-of-state telehealth providers, registration, 5 financial responsibility, discipline, emergency protocol, disclosures 6, prescriptions, rules, applicability, definitions. 16. This Section 7 does not alter or limit the rights and protections afforded to a 8 person concerning a legally protected healthcare activity, as 9 defined in Section 12-30-121. 10. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-280-124, amend 11, 2, as follows, 12-280-124. Labeling, rules, definitions. 2a. Except as 13 otherwise required by law, any drug dispensed pursuant to a prescription 14 order must bear a label prepared and placed on or securely attached to the 15 medicine container stating at least the name and address of the 16 prescription drug outlet, the serial number and the date of the prescription. 17 or of its dispensing, the name of the drug dispensed unless otherwise. 18 requested by the practitioner, the name of the practitioner, the name of the 19 patient, and, if stated in the prescription, the directions for use and 20 cautionary statements, if any, contained in the prescription. 21b, notwithstanding the labeling requirements described. 3, 129. 1 IN subsection, 2a, of this section, at the practitioner's request, 2a prescription label for mifepristone, misoprostol, or the generic 3 alternatives to those prescriptions may include the name of the 4 prescribing healthcare practice instead of the name of the 5 practitioner, provided the practitioner includes the name of the 6 healthcare practice on the paper or electronic form of the 7 prescription. 8. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 13-1-140.1 as 9 follows, 1013-1-140.1. Subpoena requirements, legally protected 11 healthcare activity, enforcement. 1. Affirmation required. And 12 individual requesting a subpoena shall affirm under penalty of 13 perjury that the subpoena, 14, a, is not related to, and any information obtained as a 15 result of the subpoena will not be used in, any investigation, or 16 proceeding that seeks to impose civil or criminal liability or 17 professional sanctions against an individual or entity that 18 engaged in or attempted or intended to engage in illegally. 19 protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-121, 20, or that provided insurance coverage for gender-affirming 21 healthcare services, as defined in Section 12-30-121, or 22 reproductive healthcare, as defined in Section 25-6-402, or 23b, is related to an investigation or proceeding that seeks 24 to impose civil or criminal liability or professional sanctions 25 against an individual or entity that engaged in or attempted or 26 intended to engage in illegally. Protected healthcare activity, 27 as defined in Section 12-30-121, or that provided insurance. 4, 129. 1. Coverage for gender-affirming healthcare services, as defined 2 in Section 12-30-121, or reproductive healthcare, as defined in 3 Section 25-6-402, but the investigation or proceeding, 4i, is brought under tort law or contract law, 5, the second, is actionable in an equivalent or similar manner under 6 Colorado law, and 7, 3, is brought by the individual, or the individual's legal aid representative, who received gender-affirming healthcare 9 services or reproductive healthcare. 10, 2, jurisdiction and penalty. An individual who omits or 11 submits a false affirmation pursuant to subsection 1 of this 12 section is subject to the jurisdiction of Colorado courts for any 13 action, penalties, or damages arising out of the omission or false 14 affirmation. The court, upon finding the omission or false 15 affirmation was made intentionally, knowingly, willfully, or 16 recklessly, shall impose a civil penalty in an amount not to 17 exceed $15,000 for each violation, which 18 amount is in addition to any other legal or equitable remedy 19 lawfully available. 23. Enforcement. The Attorney General may bring a civil 21 action on behalf of the state to seek the imposition of damages, 22 penalties, and any other equitable remedies against an 23 individual who omits or submits a false affirmation pursuant to 24 subsection 1 of this section. The action must be filed within 625 years after the date of the alleged violation. 26. 4. This section does not prohibit the investigation of 27 criminal activity that may involve a legally protected. 5, 129. 1 healthcare activity, provided that information relating to a 2 medical procedure performed on an individual is not shared with 3 a federal agency or actor, or an agency or individual from 4 another state, for the purpose of enforcing another state's 5 abortion law. 6-7 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 13-21-133, amend 8, 1, as follows, 913-21-133. Out-of-state civil action against a person or entity 10 prohibited, legally protected healthcare activity, out-of-state civil 11 judgment. 1a. It is against the public policy of this state for the law 12 of another state to authorize a person to bring a civil action against 13 another person or entity for engaging or attempting or intending to engage 14 in a legally protected healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-121, 15, 1d, or for providing insurance coverage for gender-affirming 16 healthcare services, as defined in Section 12-30-121, 1c, or 17 reproductive health care, as defined in Section 25-6-402. 4. 18b(I), if a person or entity brings an out of state civil or 19 criminal action, or attempts to enforce any order or judgment 20 issued in connection with any such action, against another 21 person or entity for engaging in or attempting or intending to 22 engage in a legally protected healthcare activity, as defined 23 IN Section 12-30-121, or for providing insurance coverage for 24 gender-affirming healthcare services, as defined in Section 25-12-30-121, or reproductive health care, as defined in Section 2625-6-402, the person or entity subject to the out of state civil or 27 criminal action has a private right of action against the person. 6. 129. One or entity and, within 6 years after the date the out of state 2 action is commenced, or if the person or entity is attempting to 3 enforce an out of state order or judgment, 6 years after the 4 date enforcement is attempted, may institute a civil action in 5 district court for injunctive relief, actual damages, including 6 the amount of any judgment issued in connection with the 7 out of state action, along with any expenses, costs, or 8 reasonable attorney fees incurred in connection with the 9 out of state action and civil action filed pursuant to this 10 section, and any other appropriate remedy. 11. 2. The Attorney General may intervene in any 12 out of state action brought against the state pursuant to this 13 subsection 1b. 14 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 16-19-115 as 15 follows. 16-19-115. Arrest without warrant. Except in cases arising 17 pursuant to Section 16-19-107. 2. The arrest of a person may be 18 lawfully made also by any peace officer or a private person without a 19 warrant upon reasonable information that the accused stands charged in 20 the courts of a state with a crime punishable by death or imprisonment for 21 a term exceeding 1 year. When so arrested the accused must be taken 22 before a judge with all practicable speed, and a complaint must be made 23 against him the person under oath setting forth the grounds for 24 arrest as in Section 16-19-114, and thereafter his the accused answer 25 shall must be heard as if he the accused had been arrested on a warrant. 26 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-31-101, amend 27, 1I, XXII, and add 1I, Ziv, 1I, XXV, and 1I, XXVI, as 7, 129. 1 follows, 224-31-101. Powers and duties of Attorney General. 1. The 3 Attorney General, 4I, may independently initiate and bring civil and criminal actions 5 to enforce state laws, including actions brought pursuant to 6. XXI, Part 14 of Article 12 of Title 38, and 7. Ziv, Section 13-1-140.1, 8. XXV, Section 13-1-140.2, and 9. XXVI, Article 116 of Title 24. 10 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 24-116-10111 as follows, 1224-116-101. Prohibition on providing information or 13 expending government resources, legally protected healthcare 14 activity. A public agency entity, as defined in Section 24-10-103, or 15 employee, appointee, officer, official, or any other person acting on 16 behalf of a public agency entity, or a person or entity licensed or 17 regulated by the state, shall not provide any information or expend 18 or use time, money, facilities, property, equipment, personnel, or other 19 resources in furtherance of any out-of-state investigation, or, to the 20 extent constitutionally permissible, any federal investigation 21 or proceeding seeking to impose civil or criminal liability or professional 22 sanction upon a person or entity for engaging in a legally protected 23 healthcare activity, as defined in Section 12-30-121. 1d. 24 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-116-102, amend 25, 1, and 2, as follows, 26-24-116-102. Prohibition on assisting another state, legally 27 protected healthcare activity. 1. A state agency or executive. 8. 129. 1 department public entity, as defined in Section 24-10-103, or a 2-person or entity licensed or regulated by the state, shall not 3 provide information or data, including patient medical records, for patient-level data, or related billing information, or expend time, money, 5 facilities, property, equipment, personnel, or other resources for the 6th purpose of assisting or furthering an investigation or proceeding initiated 7 in or by another state, or, to the extent constitutionally 8. Permissible, initiated by the federal government, that seeks to 9 impose criminal or civil liability or professional sanction upon a person 10 or entity for engaging in a legally protected healthcare activity, as 11 defined in Section 12-30-121. 1d. 12. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 1 of this section, an agency or 13 executive department a public entity, or a person or entity licensed 14 or regulated by the state, may provide information or assistance in 15 connection with an investigation or proceeding in response to a written. 16 request from the subject of the investigation or proceeding. 17 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 24-116-103 as 18 follows, 1924-116-103. Enforcement by the Attorney General. The 20 Attorney General has the sole discretion to enforce any action 21 brought pursuant to this Article 116 and any related legal 22 action brought on behalf of the state. 23 Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 25-2-108.5 as 24 follows, 25-2-108.5. Reports of induced terminations of pregnancy, 26 confidentiality, penalty. 1. The Department of Public Health and 27 Environment shall not collect the following information as -9, 129. 1 part of any required reporting of induced terminations of 2 pregnancy, 3, a, the patient's name, date of birth, address, employer, for spouse's name, or parents or legal guardian's name, or 5, b, the city or town where the termination of pregnancy 6 occurred. 7. 2. Reports of induced terminations of pregnancy 8 collected by the Department of Public Health and Environment 9 must only be used for compilation of statistical reports and 10 must not be incorporated into the official records of the Office 11 of the State Registrar of Vital Statistics. The State Registrar 12 shall dispose of any reports of induced terminations of 13 pregnancy when all statistical processing of the reports have 14 been accomplished. 15. 3. The Department of Public Health and Environment may 16th collect reports of induced terminations of pregnancy from 17 healthcare facilities and providers no more than once a month. 18. 4. A. Reports of induced terminations of pregnancy. 19 collected by the Department of Public Health and Environment. 20 and statistical analysis of the reports must remain confidential. 21 and must not be released, shared with any state or federal 22 agency or institution, or made public upon the issuance of a 23 subpoena or search warrant or during a discovery proceeding. 24 except that an aggregate level summary of reports may be 25 released to the extent required by law, or as necessary to. 26. I. Promote equitable access to patient-centered, quality 27 contraceptive services in Colorado. 10. 129. 1, 2, reduce unintended pregnancies, and 2, 3, monitor changes in clinical practice patterns 3 related to abortion care. 4, b, the Department of Public Health and Environment 5 shall omit the disclosure of personally identifying information 6 2 the minimum amount necessary to accomplish the public 7 health purpose of disclosing the information. 8, c, notwithstanding this subsection, 4, to the contrary, 9 information collected that has fewer than 10 records must not 10 be released under any circumstance. 11, 5, an officer, employee, or agent of the Department of 12 Public Health and Environment or an officer, employee, or agent 13 of a county, district, or municipal public health agency is not 14 required to participate or testify in a judicial, executive, 15 legislative, or other proceeding that concerns the existence or 16 content of an individual report. 17, 6, a person who violates this section by releasing or 18 disclosing confidential information or by disclosing 19 information without authorization commits a data privacy 20 breach and is subject to the provisions of section 24-74-107. Each 21 unauthorized disclosure of information constitutes a separate 22 offense. 23 Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 24-74-107-24 as follows, 25-24-74-107. Data privacy breaches, accountability provisions. 26 Any state agency employee who intentionally violates the provisions of 27 this Article 74 or Section 25-2-108.5 is subject to an injunction and is -11, 129. 1 liable for a civil penalty of not more than $50,000 for each 2 violation. 3 Section 12. Severability. If any provision of this Act or the 4 application of this Act to any person or circumstance is held invalid, the 5 invalidity does not affect other provisions or applications of the Act. That 6 can be given effect without the invalid provision or application, and to 7 this end the provisions of this Act are declared to be severable. 8 Section 13. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 9 determines, and declares that this Act is necessary for the immediate 10 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 11 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 12 institutions. 12, 129.
Members, the bill has now been completed. I will ask you to take your seats. The question before us is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote? Representative Leader, how do you vote? Representative Morrow. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Rootnell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootnell votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Tatone votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Valdez votes no. Representative Wilford, how do you vote? Representative Wilford signals yes with a thumbs up. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Ryden is excused. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 22 no, and 7 excused, the motion is adopted. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 129 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Rootenell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rootenell votes yes. Representative Sirota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sirota votes yes. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Soper votes no. Representative Tatone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Tatone votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Wilford, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Wilford votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 20 no, and 6 excused, Senate Bill 129 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Sorry, I'm here. Do I need to vote?
Representative English, we have concluded voting. We are on co-sponsoring. Representative Rootenell, Tatone, Sirota, Morrow, Valdez, co-sponsor. Representative Wilford, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to tomorrow, Monday, April 7th, 2025.
The balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Monday, April 7th. Seeing no announcements and introductions, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until Monday, April 7th, 2025 at 10 a.m.
The House is adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.